from our heart. It is not language of like English language. It is not the second. It is not a foreign language. It is the own language. And if the people speak Dogri, and if they sometimes they cannot understand the things in English or Hindi language. They can understand things through Dogri language. So if we present things and if we criticize society in our own language, the people can understand the customs, custom and the events of the society, and they can easily get rid of them. So Dogri play great role in it, and especially the Dogri writers who done a commendable job in removing all these events from the society through their writings. So this is, I want to say that the local language really helpful in get riding of all the events from the society instead of a foreigner or the national language. Of course, the national language help, but the Dogri is a local language of Jammu and Kashmir people, and they can understand it. कोई भी बात उनको करनी, कोई भी बात उनको समझनी, तो डोगरी is the best weapon, is the best instrument. That's all I want to say.
Very good. Very
Thank
good.
you, ma'am.
A good presentation, ma'am. Please call upon the next participant. Next presenter, please.
The next presenter is Dr. Payal Khurana from Gurugram.
Yes, I'm here, ma'am. Can I start?
Yes, you can start.
Good morning, everyone. The title of my paper is Disintegration of Relationships and Values in Materialistic Society, the New Normal in Manchula Padmanabhan's Harvest. Harvest, published in 1997, a futuristic play written by Manchula Padmanabhan, throws light on the different aspects of post-colonialism and westernization. In this play, she has projected a debased and a degraded picture of contemporary human society. As can be seen nowadays, people are drawn towards materialism and leading materialistic life, thus compromising on their relationships and values. Being rich and to lead a comfortable, luxurious life seems to be the only motive, which is further downplayed by the selling of human organs and intervention of technology in everyday life. This play very vividly has brought to surface the impact of technology on poor and how their desire to go up the ladder leads to the breakdown of societal and moral values and disintegration of society. Harvest is a play about an unemployed 20-year-old man and his family who sells his body to a buyer in the United States whom he has never met or seen. The story revolves around a family of four. Om Prakash, who has signed a pact to sell his body organs, lives in one small room with his mother-wife Jaya and younger brother Jitu. He lost his job due to lack of proficiency in computer skills. Here it signifies that technology has taken up the job of many. Since Om had no other means to make the both ends meet, he takes up this job of selling his organs, which promises him to earn lots of money, which he had never even dreamt of, and fulfill his dream of leading a comfortable, luxurious life. Om's mother is the conventional mother-in-law as depicted in Indian setting. She cares more for her son than her daughter-in-law and leaves no chance to insult or torture her with her stinging words. Jaya, Om's wife, is shown as the only practical person who understands reality and is not ready to accept or do anything wrong, nor is blinded by the money that her husband's new job of organ selling would bring. Om's younger brother Jitu is a male prostitute, and the mother dislikes Jitu because of his inability to earn enough money to provide food or run the household. To earn money, both the brothers have chosen diverse ways, which has led to degradation of values and human relationships, and this theme has been very deftly woven in this play. Jia knows about the new job of selling organs that her husband Om has taken up and resents it. She is a devoted housewife but can't come to terms of her husband losing his vital organs in pursuit of money. Her mother is happy to know about her son's new job, though she is not aware of the exact nature of job her son has taken up, nor does she know any interest in knowing the details.
Ma'am, can you please sum up? Can you please give the gist of your paper?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Just a second, ma'am.
Yes, pa. You can give the gist of your paper, then only other presenter can come. The time allotted is only 5 minutes, my dear.
Yes, ma'am. Though the play was written with the futuristic vision set in 2010, all the fallacies and disintegration of society highlighted has become the very essence of contemporary society, leading to mayhem and chaos all around. we living in the present day can relate to the invasion of technology, hacking our life, mind, and relationships. Technology has taken away the real bonding of humans, and we are bonded more with our gadgets. This is a stark reality of contemporary society worldwide. Materialistic pursuits have led to breaking of homes. Love, care, and emotions have been replaced by technology. Unemployment and poverty are the root cause of deviating people from their values, which is at its peak nowadays. To become rich and acquire money, the easy way is the new mantra and bitter truth of contemporary society. People are getting involved in the mad rush to become rich and can take shortcuts to be a member of the elite. Everyone wants gain without pain and can compromise with their values, tradition, and relations. The new normal is not normal, but an absurd and dystopian existence leading to doom for mankind. In fact, as the title Harvest signifies, humans have harvested a very gloomy and doomed life for themselves, which will lead to nowhere but destruction. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. She has completed.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Can we call the next presenter? Can we call the next presenter, pa?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Mrs. P. Shubha from Karur.
Hello.
Yes.
Okay, I think.
Ma'am, good morning. This is P. Shubha. Can I carry on?
Yes.
Ma'am, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
you are
ma'am. You're
audible.
audible.
Yes.
Okay. Thank
You're
you. Thank
audible. You're audible. You continue, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Pleasant morning, one and all. My title is A Psychological Journey of Completeness Through Liberal Feminism in Allies Workers, The Color Purple. Generally, the world must prejudice the beauty is based on the skin color rather than the inner beauty of the soul. Being an Afro-American writer, Alice Walker extended the boundaries perception by projecting her characters, Silly, Shagavari, and Sophia, as how black is beautiful. Basically, to avoid frustration and painful experiences, the human beings can be used a defense mechanism psychologically. In this paper, it's my attempt to find out how the male-dominated characters use a defense mechanism over the female characters. Who thought that the female characters always be oppressive, to be controlled by the male androcentric society. The female characters Silly, Sophia, Shagavari, and Nettie, they are struggled to retain their self-esteem, self-identity, self-respect, and dignity in the colonial era as well as in the stereotypical society through liberal feminism. A liberal feminism, which means it gives an equal exposure to all human beings in the society, especially for the education, equal opportunity in each and every field of the in the government era. So the main character Silly is always abused. She readily accepts herself to abuse in the hands of male characters, especially by her stepfather Alfonso and by her husband Albert. Only the reason for her acceptance to humiliation is to safeguard her mother and her sister Nettie. Silly is a really contrast to her sister's character Nettie, who always teach her sister Silly to fight, to show her emotions and feelings in the familial relationship. Silly always used to say that when she feels humiliated, when she feels abused by the male characters, she said to herself as Silly, make yourself as a wood. You don't have any feelings. Next, I move on to the marital life of Silly. She never enjoyed the fruitfulness of her marriage life. So I here quote the Kamala Das Prick's poem, who also never feels a fruitful and meaningful spiritual marital life with her husband. And I move on to the next character, Niti. This is a total contrast, only dominated female character in the novel Alice Walker. She lives like Lilith. It is in a biblical reference. And next, I move on to the character Sophia. This is a next another character, another to the silly. She always used to abuse in the hands of her male black community players, male society, as well as the British people. She always used to say to her mother-in-law, silly, Mama, I have to, throughout my life, I have to fight, but I never thought I would have to fight in my own house. A girl child ain't safe in a family of men. I conclude my presentation. I find out some this is my opinion, operational opinion to solve the to solve this problem. That is, this problem is liberal feminism. We have to, if a child of female gender get in a proper education, they can survive by their own, and they never depended on the male society. I
Very
thank
good.
you, Anandal, who given exposure to me.
Very good. Your conclusion is very appealing and very catchy. Good presentation.
Thank you,
Can
ma'am.
we
Thank
can
you,
we
ma'am.
call upon the next presenter?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am. Next up, we have Ms. K. Ragmai,
Yes, ma'am.
Hyderabad.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. You are
Okay.
Yes,
audible.
you are audible. Audible.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, one and all. Without wasting much time, I am Ragamai from Xavier Engineering College, Hyderabad. And the topic of my paper, the title is A Feminine Perspective of Marginality in Manju Kapoor's Difficult Daughters. To define, marginality is the exclusion of a group of people from the mainstream. So to technically define it, it is an involuntary position or condition of an individual or group at the margins of social, political, economic, ecological, and biophysical systems which prevent them from access to resources, assets, services, and thus limiting them freedom of choice, preventing them the development of capabilities. This creates a sense of suspicion in them about their own identity. Marginality is a multidimensional and interdisciplinary concept integrating poverty, discrimination, and social exclusion. It is a relative concept and is not just limited to geographical, societal, or economic situations. Women's writing in general is not categorized under marginal literature, but the attempt here is to interpret the experience of the women characters which can be perceived as being marginal or being marginalized. The paper hence attempts to look at the concept of marginality from a feminine perspective, where the women are treated differently and do not have the privilege to have access to certain pleasures and how they are deprived of certain aspects of their lives. So it may not be explicitly projected or identified or accepted that women are marginalized socially or economically, but psychologically and emotionally, they are definitely marginalized. So this feeling of being marginalized is studied with respect to Manju Kapoor's novel, Difficult Daughters. To introduce the author, Manju Kapoor, born in Amritsar, graduated from the Mirinda House University College for Women and later went on to study Dalhousie University. And her first novel, Difficult Daughters, which is the present study, won the 1999 Commonwealth Writers' Prize for the best first book in the Eurasian region. And her fourth novel, The Immigrant, was shortlisted for DSC Prize for South Asian Literature. And her famous novel, Custody, was also adopted into a daily soap, which was very famous among the television serial watchers. And then coming to our Difficult Daughters, it basically deals with three women characters of three generations from the same family. Ida, the narrator, and Veermati, mother of Ida, who is also the protagonist, and Kasturi, the grandmother, that is Veermati's mother. So we have a mother-daughter relationship being very well depicted. Difficult Daughters is set at the time of partition in Amritsar and Lahore. Veermati, the protagonist, who is the eldest of the 11 children, passes her time helping her ever-pregnant mother and doing the regular chores of the household. Her life would have been normal had she agreed to marry the boy her parents chose for her, but that did not happen because she was fascinated by the young professor from Oxford, which is the root cause for all the drama that has happened in the story and in her life as well. The illegitimate affair, because the professor was already married, this leads to a lot of trouble, leaving her to bear the brunt all alone. She is forced to abort the child as the father is not only afraid to accept it, but he was also reluctant. The marriage was forced after 5 years. On insistence from the friends, he accepts her and takes her to the family where he has, to the house where he has his family. Sorry. Veermati was educated because her father and grandfather were progressive in their thoughts about women education. But unfortunately, in her case, education was seen as a path to immorality. Both are equally responsible, the man and woman in this relation. She is seen as defective and fallen. She was isolated and alienated in her own house even after marriage. Earlier, as a girl at home, she was not allowed to do her things according to her choice. Her mother was always expecting her to take care of the younger siblings. And when she got married and went to the house where the man already has his wife and children, she was not allowed to do any work. And that was not out of love, but because she does not belong there. So the narrative moves between past and present because it starts with Ida, the daughter, coming to Amritsar carrying her mother's ashes, and she gets to know about her mother's story from her relatives and friends and cousins at the maternal home. And there's a lot of moving in from present to past because Veermati had to undergo a lot of trauma as a girl, as a sister, because she was more like a mother to her siblings. And her mother, Kasturi, the grandmother of Ida, she never showed that love and affection which she is supposed to show towards her daughter. And Veermati never got a chance to express her feelings, desires, and opinions. They were never considered important. The mother-daughter relation is well portrayed, and at the same time, the generation gap is also depicted when we observe the relation between
Yeah,
mother
madam,
and
can
daughter.
you please sum up your paper?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. So the mothers are more conventional, and the daughters progressive, and one final women suffer a sense of alienation. So whatever generation be it, women's emancipation is always at the cost of isolation. Yes, ma'am. I conclude that with that.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you,
Very
Priyanka,
good,
ma'am.
very good,
Thank you all.
very good paper, very good presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes. Can we call the next presenter?
Yes, ma'am. Up next, we have Mrs. K. Kartika, Assistant Professor, Department of English, CSI, College of Arts and Science for Women, Madurai.
Kartika? Kartika? Kartika, are you
there?
ready, Kartika? Kartika,
Okay.
are you connected? I think
Okay,
she's
ma'am.
not
We will.
here.
Yes, ma'am. We will move on to next one.
Next
We have
presenter.
Kalaivani from Madurai.
Kalaivani is
Kalaivani.
Yes, ma'am.
ready.
Yes, ma'am.
Kalaivani,
I will present
please.
the paper, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, yes, ma'am.
Yes, welcome,
I'm
Kalaivani.
Kalaivani.
Please present your paper.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Good morning to everyone. I'm Kalaivani from Yadava College. Title of paper is Analyze the Feminist Struggles in Difficult Daughters of Manju Kapoor. This paper focuses on Manju Kapoor's first novel. My voice is audible, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am.
Yes, you are audible to you. Audible to us.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. This paper is focused on Manju Kapoor's first novel, Difficult Daughters. It focuses on the problem faced by a woman in the upper class Punjabi family in Amritsar. In this novel, Kapoor expresses how a woman fighting for her right in the male-dominated patriarchal society. This novel is the story of 3 generations dominated patriarchal society. Manju Kapoor portrays each and every woman characters in the novel effectively, particularly Kasturi, Veermati, and Ida. Through the character of Shakuntala, Swarnalata, and Ida, Kapoor expressed the modernity in the novel, right? The world women's heart and filled with the traditions. Only a few, like Veermati, tries to break traditions with the help of their education. The image of woman in the novel expresses many changes right from beginning, especially female flexibility. The courage of Veermati has left when she loves Haris. Kapoor clearly shows the importance of education and the freedom for women. Literature is the mirror of life. It reflects the society. Manju Kapoor is the post-colonial writer who recognized the position of women in a patriarchal society and deals with the problem of women. She is one of the greatest writer in expressing the female suffering and resources. Her first novel, Typical Daughters, receives a fabulous achievements and won the Commonwealth Prize in 1999. Her writings reflect a man and a woman relationship, human desire, and protest. She goes to profound in the minds of everyone in India, women, and express each and every corner of their life through her writings. She successfully reflects the conflict of family, society, and relationship in her novels. The stereotypical images of women in a still passive through the hot education. The aim of this paper is to understand the readers to know about the female struggles faced by the brave women of this novel.
Very good.
The story of the typical daughters revolves around the Virmadi, who is the protagonist of the novel. Lives in a joint family with her 11 siblings. Her contact with her brothers and sister very strong through thorough and fast. She has heavy responsibility on her, takes on the never enjoys according to her own wishes like other children. She was only sister, but she acted dominated. We are frightened of her. She never rested or play with us. She always had some work. She was so keen to study first FA, then BA, then PT on the top of that. Even after her marriage, she went to the MA to Government College, Lagoon. Okay. Then Virmadi longs for love and affection from her mother and Kasturi. Mother Kasturi, but she never has time to express her love towards her daughter Virmadi. She is always
Yes,
busy in her
can you please
pregnancy.
sum up the paper? Can you please
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
give the
Conclusion. In this
give your
novel, typical
findings?
daughters Kapoor expressed clearly about the tradition, words of modernity, and also the marriage woes of education. Manju Kapoor portrays from modernism through the voice of characters Saguntala, Swarnalata, Ida, and Virmadi. She portrays the tradition through the voice of Kasturi, Ganga, and through this novel, Manju Kapoor proves that women suffer the physically and mentally in the male-dominated society. All the female characters of Manju Kapoor are seen as women struggling against all problems. Manju Kapoor makes a society over them. Women education through this novel. The Manju Kapoor deliberately uses the independent world in the novel. She uses the struggles for independence. She also describes the freedom struggles of nation and the women. She authors expose the situation of women, the freedom struggle of India. Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Very good,
Thank
very
you for
good,
this
very good.
opportunity, ma'am.
Very good presentation. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Up next,
Can we call Lisa?
up next we have Lisa Joseph. Yes,
Lisa.
ma'am.
Lisa Joseph.
From Punjab. Yes, ma'am.
Please take 5 minutes to present your paper. Is Lisa connected? Principal ma'am? Ma'am, are you connected? Lisa Joseph? Madam, please call the next presenter. I think she is not connected, my dear. Can we call the next presenter?
Rising Matthew from Punjab, India.
Matthew?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. I have a presentation to share. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes. Victory lap, significance of empathic emotion. Yes.
Okay. Good morning, all. I would like to present my paper titled Significance of Empathic Emotion, Discerning Liminal Entrapment in George Saunders' Victory Lap. empathy is considered to be the ability to understand particular situations and share the feelings of another person from their perspective. It is an attempt to understand the experiencing range of emotions in other people's thoughts and feelings. In this research paper, George Saunders' short story that is named Victory Lap is analyzed to explore presence of liminality that hindered the expression of empathy and compassion in the character Kyle. Through the discussion of the short story, the significance of overcoming the entrapment of liminality is also explored. Victory Lap is a short story published book 10th of December by George Saunders in 2013. It is a story, say in short, it is a story about Kyle Boot, a boy who saves his neighbor named Alison Pope from being kidnapped and raped by the abductors. The short moment of dilemma or confusion or some kind of ambiguity in him, influenced by the social situations of that particular character, is interpreted in this article as liminal. If I quote Hoffman in his article published in 2020, he says, he argues that the empathy contributes to pre-social behavior, leading to sustained pro-social action and hence to activism. Through the development of empathic emotion, an individual acquires ability to be empathetic towards victims' distress and also act to reduce the negative effect. In the story, Kyle had restrictions from his parents, several instructions from his parents not to interfere in other matter and bring trouble to the family. But he somehow managed to overcome that entrapment and that dilemma, and he acted wisely. Comparing the characters, Alison and Kyle, if we see, Alison is much caring, empathetic, social, friendly, and interactive to other people. It can be seen when she holds her deer, the baby deer, and asks, "Are you afraid? Are you hungry? Do you want me to hold you?" And it can also be seen when she requests the hunter to saying that only for your task of penance, do not eat her. Whereas when we see the character of Kyle, he's much isolated, alienated, restricted, and trained to be selfish. George Saunders mentions it by saying that mom had said that she considered Kyle's decision not to intervene judicious. Dad had said that that was none of your business. So gradually, from his childhood onwards, Kyle was injected the poison of selfishness, and he becomes a person with neither empathy nor antipathy. Towards the last points of my article, my paper, from the perspective of liminality proposed by Victor Turner in the anthropological studies, the confusion, tension, and ambiguity in his thoughts, in the thoughts of their character, regarding what has to be done from his side, entraps him in a liminal phase, experiencing a neither here nor there situation, which is a betwixt and between situation, an in-between situation. He is equally haunted by the moral side that wants him to react to the situation, and also is demotivated by the instructions from his parents. This particular clash between the two makes him a liminal person who experienced the situation of liminality. Kyle could understand the situation, and he decided to break the rules, and he acted wisely. Victory Lap is the author's criticism towards the lost empathy of the world's state, neither being empathetic nor antipathic to crucial situations. Saunders emphasizes by saying one particular sentence in the short story. It is very interesting also. One cannot pick and comfort a puppy that cries by standing on some broken glass due to a ball that the person tries to balance on his head. The work, the short story, if I say in short, asks to overcome this entrapment, the entrapment of liminality in our daily life, to act better for a fruitful tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you,
Very
Rajiv
good.
Matthew.
Yes, very good presentation. And can we call the next presenter?
Yes, ma'am. We have Meka Matthew from Kerala.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, pa.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
are audible. You are audible.
A pleasant morning to all. I'm Megha Matthew from St. Thomas College, Korancheri, Kerala. The title of my paper is A Study of Social Stratification in Kera Caste's The Selection. In the 1850s, Karl Marx made general statements about culture and society. The two well-known statements by Marx provide a sufficient point to his contribution to the literary theory. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their being, but on the contrary, their social being that determines their consciousness. A prominent example of such a social being is described in the novel The Selection through the various characters among whom the protagonist, America Singer, is more significant. The competition between different social classes in history has inspired the writers to create literature that exposes class struggle ideas. Kara Cass, an American writer of young adult fiction, depicts the conflict between the ruling class and their subordinates in her novel The Selection. She is best known for her Selection series. The first book in the Selection trilogy, The Selection, was first published in 2012. The novel describes various caste differentiation based on professions and status in the society. The novel, glancing through the Marxian viewpoint, portrays the ruling class's domination in the society, where the subordinates have to follow the rule of the former blindly. America Singer is the protagonist of the novel. She is a 17-year-old girl who lives in the country of Ilya, the futuristic kingdom where the United States used to be. She lives in a caste system society divided into 8 castes, the lowest and poorest being 8 and the royalty 1. America is a 5. The number of her caste defines her reputation in the society. Her caste is that of artisans, and she has chosen music as her talent. America is in a secret relationship with a sixth named Aspen. The royal family proclaims about the selection process, inviting young women of 16 to 18 years old. Her family and her lover force America to apply for the selection. 35 girls are selected at random and she becomes one among them. They are taken to the palace to surrender for the rules proclaimed by the king. The rules included that they were the royal crown's property and should have a sincere relationship with the prince alone. As soon as they consent to these terms, the lower castes such as 4, 5, 6, and 7 are instantly elevated to caste 3. Her feelings for Aspen slowly fade away as she develops feeling for Prince Maxon. America realizes that selection was not merely something happening to her. It was indeed something she has to live and cope up with. The novel is open-ended, creating suspense as to what will be in the next novel. The novel elaborates on the life of each caste from 1 to 8, among which the highest caste is 1. The social constructs are often formed through the people who have the authority. They are more likely to create constructs that will be favorable for them and for the so-called favor for the subordinates. These people do not think about other people's lives and their struggles. The sociological division has created trepidation and subdued attitude in people's mind and a more severe crisis threatening survival. They are not ready to equate themselves with the subordinates who are equal to them in form. This novel deeply explores the supremacy established by the rulers over the suppressed classes. It covertly displays the Marxian concept put forward by Althusser and Gramsci. The society is blind to see the truth and is open to false accusations. Subordinates are made to feel that all the notions circulated in the society through dominance are right and that they have to follow them strictly to sustain themselves in the country. This is claimed to be a privilege offered by the superior to the inferior to exert their power. Unknowingly, they become subordinates to the ruler in power, losing their own identity and status in the society. Yes?
Ma'am, can you please summarize your paper?
Yes?
It's
Yes,
time.
yes. Now I would like to conclude my paper.
Yes,
Cass has succeeded in creating this novel as a dystopian and romantic young adult fiction and also in clearly manifesting its power conflict by demonstrating rebel conflicts and struggles between the high and low classes. The selection by caste is a picture of ruler and its subordinate struggle. In other words, the class struggle during which one class gains power over the other, bringing it under control, is apparent in the plot. In the novel, the struggle between the higher and lower caste is portrayed, along with a hint on how the ideologies and notions are circulated through the society for the benefit of the lower caste. Through the character America Singer, the novel discusses how people are attracted to such offers provided by higher caste and how they adapt to their norms once they enjoy leisure life. Thus, the study intends to expose the stratification in society discussed in the novel, justifying the close link between ideology and hegemony. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So up next, we have Kushbu B. Nakum from Gujarat.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. You are audible.
Yes. Pleasant morning to everyone. The title of my research paper is The Principles of Post-Colonialism, Its Growth, Significance and Relevance. Abstract. The present paper explored the major term post-colonialism along with its origin, development, significance and relevance. Major post-colonial themes, issues and writers are also discussed in this paper. The term post-colonialism defines various practices, so it makes a confusion and invites criticism for the explanation of just what the term post-colonialism signifies. It triggers a few questions, like when does it come into existence? Is it a new ism that counter the older one? Is it after colonialism or along with it? What post-colonial theory might signify in one context cannot be simply in another, in the different parts of the world. Like other isms, it comes to us by post or post as the part of the Grand Western Project that treats the rest of the world as the data supplying criteria of measurement of evolution of others. Is it neither our category? It is neither our category nor our agenda. It is given to us. Keywords: post-colonialism, colonialism, imperialism, neocolonialism, orientalism. Introduction. The progress of human civilization is a grand tale of power struggle between various delegates of human consciousness. The desire for rule and dominate the less powerful can be seen in the history of most of the Eastern and Western countries. Post-colonialism is such a concept that clearly gives an idea about historical, cultural, political, economic, and actual living condition of the newly independent third world countries. Literature in English, springing from the Anglophone world outside, which constitute an important and growing body of writing, which often referred as post-colonial or world literature in English. Many of the regions and countries from which this literature emerges, the Caribbean, the Indian subcontinent, Africa, the Pacific Island, were once existed the Britain and now from the part of the Commonwealth. The term post-colonialism was used by historians after the Second World War to refer chronologically post-independent period. Before the late 1970s, there was no field of academic specialization that went by the name of post-colonial studies. Today, by contrast, it occupies a positioning legitimacy and used by literary critics as an oppositional reading practice to study the effect of colonial representation in literary texts. Post-colonial literature is an interdisciplinary academic field devoted to the study of European colonialism and its impact on society, culture, history, politics of the formerly colonized region. This study has especially focused on the third world countries. Scholars in post-colonial studies have turned their attention to identity in a globalized world, where a large group of people have for various reasons left their homelands, producing diaspora, population flows, and imaging. This study offers a language open for those who have no place, who seem not to belong, of those whose knowledges and histories are not allowed to count. In fact, these people have had a chance for the first time to write about themselves, to speak of themselves outside the frame they have long been put into, and given an image which is no more than fabrication imposed on them by powerful empires. In response to the colonial discourse, this writer shows that the native did have a culture and language before colonization, and like all human beings, they had their strengths and flaws. Unlike the colonial texts, these writers do not stereotype even the Western characters in their work. Post-colonial theory involves a discussion about the experience of various kinds like migration, slavery, identity crisis, nostalgia, displacement, exile, betrayal, alienation, marginality, half-breed, human suffering, separation, revisiting and revising colonial history, nation and nationality, different gender and sex, sexual preference, ugly legacy of colonialism, post-colonial problems, and citizenship. It's also concerned with the reviving native culture, rejecting Western norms and legacy of colonialism. Now, a few definitions of post-colonialism. I quote, post-colonial literature is to cover all the culture which affected by imperial process from the moment of colonization to the present day by Will Ashcroft, Gareth Griffiths, and Helen T. Good. The second one is post-colonial. The hyphen term opens up the complexity of the relation between past and present, between the histories of European colonialism and contemporary forms of globalization. This definition is given by Shara Ahmed. European intensely tried to have authority over the East by putting its culture opposite to that of the native culture. They asserted that they had better knowledge about life and culture of the native than the native himself. The colonizer wanted to generate a people who would eventually cater to their needs and satisfy their requirements. They realized that their domination could not succeed without the extortion of colonized people. They depended on the energy, skill, and indigenous knowledge of the colonized to succeed in their colonial motives. The European acquired knowledge of the native culture through translations, commentaries, and academic study before either destroying it or modifying the native system of thinking. Principles of post-colonial studies. The first, colonizer strategies of the representation of the... Sorry, ma'am.
Can you please?
The second one is the psychological...
Can you please summarize your paper, my dear?
Yeah, okay, ma'am. This post-colonial literature describes a whole new experience of political freedom, new ideology, and new agenda. The sovereign native state of the assert its new independence by preparing its own program for economic and social development, and by the generating its own newer culture, where previously it had been decided and administrated by European colonial power. It is also marked by the transformation. Western development models have not begun to be critiqued because the awareness of such post-enlightenment notion of the modernity cannot easily apply to countries and cultures such as India and Africa. Thus, the entire new concept of modernity and post-colonialism are demanded at the heart of the process of the post-colonial transformation. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Can we call the next presenter?
Yes, ma'am. Up next, we have Jayarani from National College, Trichy. Jayarani?
Yes, ma'am.
Jayarani, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Jayarani?
I'm ready, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Pleasant morning to one and all gathered here. This is Jayarani, Research Scholar of National College, Trichy. My paper is under the title Feminism in Literature Review, The Quest for Identity in Manju Kapoor's Difficult Daughters. The exploration for identity is a common and periodic theme in Indian English fiction. The quest for identity in the novel of Manju Kapoor is more conscious and systematic. She has a commandable sense of predicaments of identity with which a modern woman may be faced. One may say that woman is a fairest creation of God, is expected to mold herself in the pattern of the family into which she is married. She is expected to become the shadow of her husband by whose name she is recognized, losing her own behavior identity that she has before her marriage. She is called Ardangini. Chastity and devotion to her husband are her precious ornaments. Kitchen is a shrine in which she remains confined. She observes fasts to guarantee her Patri Parmeshwar a long life so that she does not have to suffer the difficulties of widowhood. Manju Kapoor, being a woman novelist, has brought mostly women characters into being. Almost in all the novels, she depicts an Indian woman journey from the womb to the tomb, from ambiguity to gratitude, which passes through different stages, playing family roles. Through them, she reveals the virtues and potentialities of a woman, reflecting that a woman is in no way inferior to man. Her woman gave a ray of hope and a goal to those who live the dark and frustrated life. Her novels basically mirror a new awareness of fulfillment of feminine identity without losing their traditional individuality. The woman in her novel is gifted with depth and basic principle thinking and is aware of the value system. There is a deep longing for self-fulfillment through self-expression. This paper presents a feminist perspective in the powerful novel Difficult Daughters by Manju Kapoor. She has tried to deal with physical, psychological, and emotional tension syndrome of women. The novel presents a woman who considers marriage as a journey's end to life. It is about the three generations of women: the grandmother Kasturi, her daughter Virmati, and Virmati's daughter, the narrator, with emphasis on the protagonist's mother. The novel Difficult Daughters is about a woman torn between family duty and the desire for education and illicit love. It is a love story of a young and educated girl Virmati and a married professor of English named Harish, who has fallen in love with Virmati and wanted to marry her. Virmati also longs for recognition from her own family. She has no other choice to accept his love, although she is already engaged to Indrajit. The novel is set in the turbulent times of Indian freedom struggle and partition. It portrays a woman's need to be in love, to be needed meaningfully by the mother, as a daughter in a parental family, in a youth by a man, and lastly in a married life. It is only Virmati who is a difficult daughter in the prosperous merchant family of Lala Divanchand. While in the generation of Kasturi, women's role was confined to child bearing the kitchen work. The generation of Virmati took some bold and radical steps in joining the political movement for India's freedom, asserted the need for women's education and independence. She finds her status as a second wife problematic owing to the antagonism of family members. Her illicit relationship with a married professor and the flinching faith in this kind of love is retold by her daughter, who has decided not to be like her mother. The novel is a simple yet difficult story of a simple, educated woman, Virmati. It reflects time, place, and people of India at the time of freedom struggle and immediately after the independence. Her relationship with her mother is most problematic. Being the eldest of the 11 children means she has to play the role of a second mother for her siblings. There's a line to depict Virmati. Virmati did not live her life without making compromises. It does not mean that she achieved little. It hardly matters that she could not voice her own words. However, she at least try to voice her own words. Now her shadow no longer threatens me. In the lines, now the shadow no longer threatens me. Without the hindrance of her presence, I can sink into her past and make it mine. In page number 258, it is given, and Virmati has to fight against the power of the woman as well as the oppressive forces of patriarchy symbolized by the mother figure. Towards the end, she becomes free from the oppressive love of her husband. And in the coming to the conclusion, the novel thus explores at a great length Virmati's pains, perplexing and torn personality. The novelist, through her female characters, not only reveals the trauma of the depressed and wronged woman, but also make it known to all that woman is now determined to fight for their rights. Although Kapoor gives a female protagonist a voice to eloquent her feelings for freedom, but a voice to some extent dies down with Ganga in the same house. On other one hand, she is strong enough with a determined willpower and she can resist all sorts of familiar oppression, while on the other, she is too weak to kick out Harish from her life even after the loss of her virginity. Still, Virmati had made an attempt to come out of the oppressive shell is really a great achievement. Manju Kapoor clearly proclaims and asserts that today's women are women of substance, not merely sex objects or sacrificing persons in the family. An evolutionary and very comprehensive picture of the Indian woman like Virmati has been presented by Manju Kapoor. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
you, Dr. Jayanti.
Yes.
So we have Dr. Sri Vidya ma'am as next chairperson, and
Yes.
also V. Infant Julie as next presenter.
Yes.
V. Infant Julie.
Yes, ma'am, I think she is not connected, Sri Vidya.
Ma'am, I'm there, ma'am.
Yes.
Julie, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am. Am I audible? Good morning. Yes, audible, ma'am. You shall start the session. And
Yes.
before starting, just note 5 points which I'm telling you. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, Sri Vidya, are you here, Sri Vidya?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I'm here.
Yes, can I leave, my dear? Me? Yes, can I leave, my dear?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. You can leave.
Thank you, Srividya. I'm leaving.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Pa.
Okay, just follow 5 points. Dear participants, can you all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
So just tell me your title, your focus of the paper, your content, and then conclusion. So confine with these 5 points and go on. Okay. Yes, start, ma'am.
Yes, Infant Julie, you can begin your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. This is Infant Julie from Gonzaga Arts and Science College for Men. My title of the paper, Social Traumatic Insanity of Female in the Toni Morrison's novel. So here I'm going to say about the female insanity in this two novel, The Bluest Eye and The God Help the Child. An Afro-American family is culturally and racially by the mothers. Here in Bluest Eye and God Help the Child, the cultural adulteration has been generated by so-called mothers. So motherhood is the most blessed period in a woman's life. Pauline and Sweetie's first moment with their child is filled with the hurt and despair on seeing their babies' physical futures that have no white connections. So labor experience of the Black mother is undesirable, irrelevant, and unimportant. So their self-perception begins to change after their labor. So Pauline learns from the labor room that her blackness renders her undesirable, and baby Pauline holds her arms as ugly. She is so black in color. While Sweetie's labor experience is similar to Pauline, she too rejected by her husband and also blamed of adultery, as she and her husband is light skinned and compared to the dark baby born of them. So racial discourse in Bluest Eye and God Help the Child, the degradation coupled with their desperate delivery of black-colored babies reflect on their future born with their babies. Then young Pecola's identities evolve out through the perception of others. Her self-image is reflected in eyes of others, the image of ugliness. She would see only what there was to see. The eyes of the other people, the internalized assumptions regarding the meaning of acceptance of love influence and notions of family and community. Mrs. Didlove finds us a dutiful mother, only the presence of white family. She works as maid, the beauty of white children and order of white children satisfied. Pauline internationalized of physical virtue. So Black child is a gift born out of the effort of Black family and the gracious of Black community as well. The Black woman need to grow up fast by passing the leisurely childhood emanates from harassed environmental conditions. The racial discrimination in post-colonial literature become the main issue of the most of the novel. Then knows the problem specific to by racism that Afro-Americans begin to observe about themselves as the Negro American as a superior in beauty, morality, Horizon is a very well known for her Afro-American identity, and she tried to discover the complex life of the Black slave urban men and women who live inside backward and restricted conditions in America. So she is much more concerned with the life and improvement of the Black community. The improvers affects Black and the psychological mechanism. The portrayal of a Black woman. The racial discrimination in the post-colonial literature. African
Sorry to
American
interrupt, but
represented themselves, but also their race and culture. They try to establish their Afro-American identity through
everyone else except the presenter, please mute your.
Toni Morrison has realized very early in her life that racism has become the greatest enemy of the colored people. She has tried to, in her writing, to justify the getting back to Black identity is the only way to check the racial discrimination. She notes here problems specific to groups targeted by racism that Afro-Americans begin to believe themselves and imagine that Euro-Americans are superior in beauty, morality, and then intelligence. So Toni Morrison is very well known of her Afro-American identity, and she tried to discover the complex life of the Black slaves. Other men and women who are living in a highly backward and neglected conditions America. So they are not only hated by the white man and women of the America, but they are also treated in a manner worse than animals. So she is much more concerned with the life and improvement of the Black community. So the novel, The Bluer Sky, is the moving portrayal of Black woman's quest for ideal self. The novel is based on Morrison's conversation with the Black during her child. Morrison endeavors her thoughts about why that Black girl beaches for blue eye are stimulated when the racial beauty of Black is beautiful, is declined. And she says that it wasn't that easy of being to little Black in this country, it was rough. The psychological trick you have to play in order to get through, and nobody said how it felt to be that. And I want to explore it. So the Bluer Sky strongly speaks of the voice of the demoralized Black female in the significant society had become muted. It is racial bigotry, which is an obvious indication of Toni Morrison's concern to describe creativity of insanity of the white folk towards Black. The novel is about the young girl Pecola who desires to have white skin, blonde hair, and blue eyes against her dark complexions. And each night without fail, she prayed for blue eye. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Kushbu Nagum, please make sure yourself that you are made muted. Okay,
Sorry,
fine.
ma'am. Yeah.
Up next, we have Pavitra from Madurai.
Yes, ma'am. Shall I present, ma'am?
Yes, you can. Go ahead.
My topic is eco-poetry celebrating the life and death of nature in the select poems of Mario Petrucci. So nature is not the place to visit, but it is home. So human life is nothing without nature. Everything is in the presence of nature. So my paper attempts to analyze the nurturing force and the destructive force of nature. I have chosen British poet Mario Petrucci. So his poems are endowed with aesthetic pleasure, and at the same time he discusses the theme of deforestation in his poems. So as we know, eco literature is nothing but the combination of literature and nature. Eco poetry, from that term comes the eco poetry, which is relationship humans relationship with nature expressed in the form of poems. So the Bosco, the collection of the poem is entitled Bosco. So it is divided into two sessions, Arboretum and Woodsmoke. In Arboretum, he has discussed the aesthetic beauty of nature. In one of the poems, Entering the Forest, he says the forest is endowed with the beauty and charm. And I would like to quote some lines. The distant tremble of voices, a twisted blue and purple liana, flied me into the bouncing ball of mist, bright and so bright. So the distant tremble of voices here describes the waving of leaves and the branches of the trees. So the trees are standing like a gigantic kings in a forest. So he admires everything in nature. And one more poem I want to quote, which is Sapling. In this poem, Sapling, he describes about a boy who doesn't want to go back to his school. He just wants to sit in a forest and admire the beauty of nature. So he wants to isolate himself from his mundane activities. So while reading this poem, I got back to Wordsworth Table's Turn. So here in Table's Turn also, the boy doesn't want to go to school. He wants to be with nature. So being with Mother Nature always gives us pleasure. And eco literature again focuses on one more area, which is anthrozoology. Anthrozoology studies the relationship between human and with birds, animals, and the fauna of the region. Here, the voice of the linnets, the wood pigeons, and the voice of the finches, everything enchants the boy, and he doesn't want to get back to his school. He just want to sit in the forest and admire the beauty of the nature. And coming to the next session, the destructive side of the nature. So in the session woodcuts, he has described how dreadful the deforestation is. The thin clack of woodman's axe in the poem describes the death of the forest. So if we cut trees, we are hurting nature. So we are hurting mother nature, which is equal to that we are bringing harm to our own mother. So he has said our own mother is equal to mother nature, so we should no way hurt her. And in one of the poems he says, now no one speaks. Dodona, they would murmur Dodona. So the name of the trees he has given is Dodona, and no one speaks her name. So once the forest Dodona is filled with so many trees, now no one speaks her name. In the sense, the forest has become a barren land, and no one is there to speak about Dodona. So in case it is fully destroyed. So the word creakings, the word splinters, even he has described about the creakings, the splinters in the barks of the trees. So he is mourning for the death of the nature. So my conclusion is nature is endowed with beauty and charm, and people celebrate their life with. In one of the session, he celebrates nature. So he's not only nature, in case he celebrates life. In another session, people show their destruction towards nature. So they are disturbing nature, they are cutting down trees. In case the wonderland of the forest becomes a wasteland, which is so pathetic. So if we do harm towards nature, she will surely hit us back. So a world without nature is like a room without books and a room without windows. Thank you.
Thank you, Pavitra.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next, we have Sangeet Priya. Yes, Sangeet Priya from Sita Lakshmi Ramasamy College, Trichy.
Yes, ma'am. I will be here, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Shall I share, ma'am?
You can share. Share the screen.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, is my presentation can we see now, ma'am?
No, I cannot see the presentation.
I would like to take a topic feminism. In this topic, I totally write about the woman's sufferings. Actually, I have a heavy thirst on feminism. I want to fetch it by my article. By birth, everyone in this world is equal. According to our literature, first, woman was protected by her father. She was protected by her son. The life of woman is very panic and painful. A woman cannot take a decision by her own. She always depends on others. Even though she can't decide her studies, career, and her life partner as her wish, she always want to depend on others' opinions. She can't able to do her wish as herself. Next, woman life is toughest by physically and mentally. She have to sacrificing her dreams for her family. At the same time, woman's life is fearful in this society by the way of ragging, kidnapping, raping, etc. Woman knows to hide their feelings. In the word, it's okay. Yes, a hero without her is zero. In the word hero, we can take a her means, then it is a zero. Yes, it is true. A family without woman is like a hell, and only knows the power of woman. Woman is a multi-talented person. She knows everything about their family. According to this society, if woman is brave, In the society, if a woman is brave means then she is an arrogant person. If she fulfill their needs means if she fulfill their needs as their wish means, then she is an irresponsible person. If she fight for her rights means then she has a defect in her growing. I don't know what a sin woman can do. She lives a life for others happy. She take care of everything but not her. A man has a rest on Sunday, but a woman has no rest till the end of the day. In every home, their family says, I will give independence for my daughter or sister or wife. But the notable thing is, they gave independence by obeying their words. Actually, women need independence by her wish. A bitter lie in every home is woman is not a part of family, woman is family. Even though woman is not treated as her part in the family, a real oneness, woman knows the power of respect, pain, smile, control of anger, etc. The toughest thing I saw in the world is woman is treated as a doll. She have to dance by other wishes. She have to leave their family after marriage. After pregnancy, she have to resign their job. After her birth of children, she have to live for their family wishes. She have to run their life. Yes, she is running till her end of life for others. Woman knows that woman life is a sacrificing life, but wholehearted, sweetest life. As a woman, I like to chase my dream, but the real situation is I can't chase my dream. I have to chase my family members' opinion. Actually, I want to say some poem. Dear God, I live in a rusticated life. Come and destroy it. I live in a sorrowful life. Come and borrow it. I live in a sinful life. Change it into blissful life. Life is full of sadness and make this life as a goodness. This is my presentation on feminism about women's sufferings. That's it. Thank you so much for giving me this wonderful opportunity.
Thank you, Sangeet Priya. Up next, we have Aruna Kaliraj from Sivakasi. Aruna Kaliraj.
Ma'am, am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. I'm Aruna Kaliraj from Sivakasi. I'm here to present my research paper titled An Inquiry into the Protesting Poems of Meena Kandaswamy's Touch. So I have based my paper on one of the given topics, that is new directions in literature. And my paper analyzes the protesting nature of Meena Kandaswamy's poems. So she is an Indian poet, writer, and social activist from Chennai. She contributes to the Dalit literature and focuses on the suppression and oppression of the proletariats in her works. So, first of all, literature is considered as a means of communication which had been used as an entertaining element in the past. Whereas contemporary literature has taken countless forms and directions to entertain, aware, revolt, and voices against injustice in the society. So, Dalit literature serves as a medium to give voice to the voiceless, and it also explicits the progress or regress in the Dalits' societal acceptance. So the main objective of this paper is to expose Meena as an angry young woman who pours out her anger and rage blazing in her heart into her words. She has published totally 2 books of poetry, namely Touch and Miss Militancy. Though her poems seem ironical and sarcastic, she exhibits the ignorance of dominant upper class and protests against them. So this paper aims to celebrate the unique style and varied vocabulary used by Meena to yell the sufferings of the Dalits. So she is the first Dalit poet in India. At the age of 17, she started writing poetry. And she also proves that poetry need not be filled with imagination or figures of speech to be effective. In one of her interviews, she has said, "My poetry is naked. My poetry is in tears. My poetry screams in anger. My poetry writhes in pain. My poetry smells of blood. My poetry salutes sacrifice. My poetry speaks like my people. My poetry speaks for my people. So, the conclusion of this research paper is that literature stands as a medium for uprising young writers to protest and revolt. Literature gives them freedom of speech and style to pave new directions in literature to bring about better changes in the society. So, with this hope that everybody has understood the aims and objectives of this paper, I'm closing my presentation and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Aruna. Up next, we have M. Mahalakshmi from Holy Cross College, Trichy.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
You are audible. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Today I'm going to present the paper on post-colonialism literature in Rohinton Mysteries, Fine Balance. In post-colonial literature, literary works emerge to unveil subjugation, injustice, violence, discrimination, inequality, and voice in favor of the marginal and subaltern post-colonial literature. In fact, the post-colonial literature deals with the expression of intimate thoughts, that politics of rewriting, translation, relation between nation and nationalism. Rohinton Mystery depicts a middle-class life among the Parsi community, and he recalls it from abroad. A mystery describes a daily life of Bombay, Paris touchingly, and at the same time deals with meaningful theme and significant issues of contemporary multicultural migrant realities. The novel A Fine Balance, which is set in India in 1975, during India, the Gandhi declared the state of emergency. It gives intense description of extreme poverty and shows the bond that develops between four main characters. Despite the barriers created by their differences in religion and social status, the lives of the protagonist takes all turns and twists along with the following currents on the political sense. The novel set in an unidentified city in India during the turmoil of the emergency, initially 1975. Later in 1984, the story concerns four major characters, Deena, Ishwar, and Om Prakash, and the young student Manik Hola, who come together and develop a bond. The book exposes the changes in Indian society from independence in 1947 to the emergency called by Indian Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. Mystery was generally critical of Indira Gandhi in the book. She, however, is never referred to by the name and by any of the characters, and is instead called simply the Prime Minister. The character from diverse backgrounds are brought together by economic forces changing India. In the novel A Fine Balance, we come to know the analysis and interpretation that the habitants of Indian subcontinent are once colonized by the Europeans after the independence. The caste, creed, and class are the factors by which colonial rule was ruled. The fellow countrymen of the upper class represented the colonized, and the people who belong to the lower class and the lower class are considered to be the subjugated or the oppressed people. Mystery has strongly nailed the fact in his work, and the depiction of the problem faced by the Parsi community is widely seen. The state of emergency stands from the title A Fine Balance by explicating the prevailing situation. Rohinton Mysteries, A Fine Balance articles and indicates the state of emergency and riots, which has shattered numerous lives of innocent public and initiated to adapt a new dimension during the present scenario of the post-colonial period. The main theme existing in the novel is the search for identity. It is expressed by the protagonist's characterization as she searches her identity of being independent in her life. Manek also strives hard to identify his true self when he returned from Dubai. Unlike Deena, he is not mentally strong and commits suicide without bearing the changes and suppression he witnessed in his dear ones' lives. The life of the people residing there is reflected in the description of domestic space. In the novel, Mystery says that home would be dealt as the place where these characters find shelter, stability, and hope. There is a sense in which the evils of the society are historically connoted on physical violence of the characters. In terms of both physical and psychological aspect, the major character are all living in a vulnerable and insecure life in the novel. Especially the caste system, people are suppressed and oppressed on the economic, political, and social grounds. The novel I conclude that the novel evidently proves the necessary to fine balance in the life between hope and despair, and he proposes a world in which nothing can really change or improve the condition of the poor and the deprived. And I conclude that there is no matter how much the lower and deprived class struggles, it will always find it difficult, well, high impossible to break the very shackles of poverty. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mahalakshmi. In the
Thank you,
line, we
ma'am.
have A.S. Divya Bharati, MA English student, Holy Cross College, Trichy. Divya Bharati?
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
You're audible. Go ahead.
A pleasant morning to one and all present in the online platform. The title of my paper is The Significance of Memories in Human Life in Connection with Nature. I have connected it with the poem Our Casuarina Tree, written by Toru Dutt. This is a nostalgic poem where the poetess gets reminded of her childhood memories through this casuarina tree. The paper mainly focuses on how the childhood of the poetess is associated with the tree and her deep feelings for it, which has made her write an autobiographical poem named Our Casuarina Tree. Toru Dutt was the first Indian woman to write poetry in English. She was the first woman writer in the history of Indo-Anglican literature who was born in India in 1856. Toru Dutt was a poet, novelist, essayist, translator, and a polyglot. Her famous poems were The Lotus, Savitri, Lakshman, Christmas, and Our Casuarina Tree. Her poems revolve around the themes of loneliness, longing, patriotism, and nostalgia. Her poetry is also notable for the in-depth essence of Indian life, which highlights the Indian background. This poem is an autobiographical poem which brings out the significance of memories in human life. This poem gives an objective description of the tree and the charm associated with the poet's childhood. This poem was published in 1881 and it was one of the most popular poems in modern Indian literature. That It Will Never Come Again is What Makes Life So Sweet by Emily Dickinson. According to the poetess, Emily saying, memories play a major role in everyone's life, which makes us cherish our present, and that is what makes life so pleasant and sweet. In this poem, Toru Dutt connects herself with a tree, which acts as a driving force for her nostalgic memories. This autobiographical poem of Toru Dutt is an outcome of the connection with literature and nature, and it represents the beauty of her writing, which pulls our heartstrings. This particular tree is a prominent symbol as the tree is very dear to the poet because it signifies the poet's past and the present. In spite of being in abroad, this tree was the only source of connectivity with her homeland, India, as it brings memories of her past. This poem reveals her love for nature, especially the tree, which is witnessed by the minute details which she has mentioned in the poem. This tree has become a token of reminiscence and it has been a source of comfort and consolation to her being in abroad. The tree represents nature and the autobiographical poem written by Toru Dutt, and it represents the impact of nature in the life of a human being. It brings to her mind the memories of time which she used to play under it with her brother Abju and her sister Aru, which has become a reminder of joy which she once experienced. The poem also reflects and it can be deeply felt with her admiration, affection, and desire for the tree, which has created a bond with her inner self and to her homeland. The poet wants the tree to constantly glow as a beacon of joy, togetherness, and tranquility. Her optimistic perception towards the tree is revealed through her strong hope she has that the tree outlives the force of age and space, can live through generations. Through this poem, the poet describes the strength, courage, vitality, protection, and harmony which the tree renders her. She brings out an intense yearning for the playmates who are no more alive. The tree has become an immortality memory in the poet's joys past and which the cruel weeds of time had wept away. She has immortalized her thoughts so beautifully that it has remained in the minds of the readers forever. The tree has enriched the imagination of the young poetess, and through her poem, she has enlightened the significance of nature. The poetess celebrates the beauty and the majesty of the tree as she uses the medium of the tree to receive her memories of the past. The poet attempts to recapture the happy times of her childhood with the company of her siblings. Torudut dedicatedly recaptures the past and binds it to her present. I would like to conclude by saying that everyone who loves nature and can connect with the past of their memories in the childhood can easily relate ourselves with the poem. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Divya Bharati. Up next, we have Nila P., Research Scholar, Department of English, Calicut, Kerala. Nila P.
Hello. Yes, ma'am.
Nila.
Hello.
You can continue.
Hello. Am I
You
audible?
can present your. You are
Yeah.
audible.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, I'm Nila. I'm a research scholar in Department of English, University of Calicut. So the title of my paper is Transcending the Borders and Binaries, Pure Social Perspectives in Contemporary Indian English Literature. So pure writings, which was once an alien genre in English literature, has gained its momentum and acceptance among the Indian community in the 20th century. It brings about a reality which has long been culturally, socially, and politically invisible. So the invisibility of the queer writings and the fear and trauma of the queer community to come out of a shrinking closet is closely linked to the power dynamics and the cultural definitions of the existing social relations. So when such a community, which has been treated as outcast and ostracized in the mainstream society for a long time in history, is using the powerful medium of writing as a tool of weapon, it gets a different dimension here. In the title of my article, I use two terms, that is binaries and borders. We know that all the binaries in the language, like man, woman, homosexual, heterosexual, civilized, uncivilized, have perpetuated and legitimized societal power structures favoring a specific majority. And these majority acquire power over time and pushes the unprivileged other to the borders, making it the marginal unimportant. So as a post-structuralist critical endeavor, queer theory and queer cultural theory is addressing such binaries, which privileges a particular sexuality and gender roles, and it demands a shift in the power equations and social justice. Same is the case with the queer body narratives. Queer writings in India recognizes the need to admit and tolerate differences and sexual diversity, and it directly interrogates a sexual orthodoxy that has pathologized homosexuality and privileged heterosexuality. We know that sexual minorities the world over continue to suffer various forms of prejudice and discrimination at the hands of the state and in wider society, even in countries where they are legally recognized and their rights are guaranteed by the law. In India, where these communities are not even deemed to exist, their harrowing plight remain unknown to the heterosexual community, who are the majority and who are originally hostile to them. These are a group of people whose sexual identity, orientation, and practice differ from the majority of the surrounding society. They are genderqueer, intersex, transgender, or third gender individuals. Today, universally, they are known as the LGBT community or the queer community. Here in India, they were not only a marginalized community, but were also criminals under the Article 377 of the Indian Penal Code of the Great Indian Constitution. So when one analyzes the queer cultural history of India, it is clearly visible that the Britishers in the colonial period and the nationalists in the post-colonial period tried to rewrite a multivocal sexual tradition into a univocal, uniform, heteronormative patriarchal tradition. The hijras, the female concubines, musicians, and the dancers were labeled as prostitutes, who were all in the later period termed as sexual minorities, who nonetheless had a somewhat respected or more accurately an accepted role in the pre-colonial Indian history. So if you're taking the case of hijras, you know that in our country, there are many mythical references to the hijras. Many hijra cults are associated with these mythical implications. Most important of the Aravani cult in South India. The Ardhanarishwara form of Lord Shiva is another important form of mythical references. In other kind of transformation, Arjuna alters his gender to his sexuality. So when he disguises himself as Brihannala, the dance and music teacher in the women's quarter at King Virara's place. Most recently, Perumal Murugan in his controversial Tamil novel Mathurubagan, which is translated into Malayalam under the title Ardhanarishwara by Appu Jacob John, brings the image of legendary Pavata, another form of Shiva, half male and half female at the same time. For the current study, for current article, I have taken 5 hijra autobiographies in India. So in these autobiographies, they have said that most of the hijras, they live in the margins of the society with a very low status. The very word hijra is sometimes used in a derogatory manner. Indian lawyer Rajesh Talwar has written a book highlighting the human rights abuse suffered by the community. Hello? Hello?
You are audible.
Hello,
You can continue.
Okay. If you're taking the book of Erode, The Truth About Me, Hijra Life Story, the first transgender autobiography from India, we can see that the book reveals how she fought against the ridicule and persecution and violence, both within home and outside, to fight a life of dignity. It is clearly visible from the autobiography that the intention of the author is not to seek sympathy from the society or the government, but to rather to make the heterosexual community aware of the fact that hijras are also human beings and also have feelings. They too want to be loved, to be accepted, and above all, they too want to be lived. So another autobiography that I've taken is Me Hijra, Me Lakshmi by Lakshmi Narayan Triwadi, and also Manavi Bandyopadhyay's Gift of Goddess Lakshmi, which was published in 2007. So when these Hijra writers, when they are using this powerful instrument of literature, they are sure that writing will make their stories circulate as a political act. It shows that they refuse to live a clandestine life. They refuse to remain invisible and come to the public sphere to tell their stories. Through these path-breaking autobiographies, the Hijra writers they are criticizing the dominant notions of masculinity and gender prejudice in the society, and at the same time demand the society to reconsider the plight and pathetic condition of Hijras in India. Similar is the case with the gay and lesbian writings in India too. So if you are taking the case of lesbianism, the emergence of lesbian as a distinctive cultural and political presence occurs in India in the context of the controversy over Indian-Canadian filmmaker Diva Mehta's film Fire, the first publicly released lesbian-themed film in India. It was in early December 1999, just weeks before the publication of the book Facing the Mirror, Lesbian Writings from India, another text that I have used for writing this article. It is the first lesbian anthology from India. So in the decades prior to 1998, when the lesbian was not visible in Indian culture, works representing her came from women writers canonized within the post-colonial Indian literary studies under the category feminist writers or women writers. The most important example is...
Nila, but can you summarize? We are running out of time.
Oh, yeah, sure. So as a summary, we could say that it's a truth that in the 20th century, India, alternate sexuality is getting accepted by the educated Indian youth in a more sociable youth circle. But when it comes to the circle of a family, it still gets a taboo. In a theoretical, intellectual, and academic level, more educated citizens support alternate sexuality and gender identities. So, but when it comes to day-to-day behavior, it is different. So there is an urgent need to change the ground reality. So when the writers using these pure themes as an instrument of literature, what they are actually doing is bridging this chasm that lies between the academic knowledge and everyday experience, and urging the people, the common people, to question and reframe some of the conventional norms, pride, and prejudice of the mainstream heterosexual society. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mila. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mila.
Okay.
Next, we have Hensi Ivana R from Holy Cross College, Trichy. Hensi?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
You can
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. The title of my paper is Feminism and Motherhood in Emma Donnock's novel Room. The purpose of this study is to analyze the novel by using feminist approach. So this paper focuses on the character Ma, her motherhood, her struggle, and how she is questioned by the society for her act. Here, the concept motherhood is used as a tool to pop on the feminist aspect in the novel. So, about the novel Room, it is told through the eyes of Jack, a 5-year-old kid who was brought up in a confined room which has small kitchen, restroom, bed region, and a closet. So, Ma was kidnapped and kept in confinement by an old man named Old Nick. So, to Jack, room is his home because it is all he has ever known. But, however, to his mother, it has been her very own jail for as long as 7 years. So here I have analyzed Ma's struggle to survive with her child, Jack, in a confined room, and how Ma became a good mother alone without a husband, although on the other side she has trauma and depression due to her past. So Ma has to live in a confinement and she is not allowed to go outside, not only in the room, but after escaping from the room also she has to suffer a lot. So here feminism is seen through the character Ma, how she overcomes intolerance and ill treatments by the society and old Nick. So this study examines about the various instances like sexual assault. Yes, ma'am.
Your voice is breaking. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So this study examines about the various instances like sexual assault, exploitation, forced women confinement, and experienced by the character Ma, and how she gets through all those incidents with the concept of motherhood. So Ma tries a lot to escape the room, but she would be badly beaten up by the old man for that. So she gets sexual harassment. She was raped until she finally got pregnant with Jack. But her first baby was died because of not getting proper medical treatment, and she was made to give birth alone. And after Ma loses her baby, old Nick is still carrying out her his sexual harassment until she gets pregnant again. So irrespective of these things, Ma teaches Jack in such worse condition. Jack does not know anything about the world other than room, and although room is equipped with TV, but Ma says that everything they see on TV is just picture and real. So according to Jack, outside room there is only outer space. So even though Ma lives in limited space with Jack. She wants her child to grow healthy and intelligent. So she taught him to read, write, draw, practice exercise, and read stories for her, and create interesting games like many things for their daily activities. When they escaped from the room, she was questioned and criticized by the society for her extended breastfeeding of Jack and her close relationship with him. Ma breastfed Jack to provide essential nutrients, as the food provided by the old Nick isn't enough. But she did that for Jack's physical well-being. But the media and society is not fine with that, and they criticized her for her maternal practice as a damaging act to Jack. And their interpretation of Ma's decision to keep Jack with her in room is considered a selfish and irresponsible act. So in the act of praising Jack for his bravery, the society forgot the struggle that Ma has gone through to raise Jack. So besides all these things, she tried to lead a happy life with Jack in the outside room by saying a final goodbye to the room they were confined. So to conclude, I would like to say that Ma overcomes all the exploitation and raised her child remarkably, besides being in an adverse situation. So Ma gives a new connotation to motherhood. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Hansi. Up
Yes,
next,
ma'am.
we have Dr. Lisa Lakshmi from Pondicherry University. Dr. Lisa Lakshmi. Okay, we are moving on. Up next, we have Namra Rishmi from Lucknow. Namra Rishmi.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible and visible?
Yes, you're audible and visible.
Okay. Good morning, one and all. I am Namra Rizvi from Karamat Hussain Muslim Girls PG College. I post-graduated this year, and I am going to present a case study of new feminism in Tamina Durrani's My Feudal Lord. My Feudal Lord is an autobiography, and which is a perfect vehicle and tool to convey women's experiences and issues in the male-oriented society. This is also chosen by women to express their differences. This paper critically examines the new feminism in the autobiography of Tamina Durrani. Durrani's autobiography shows light on the patriarchal system and the sufferings of a woman in a disastrous marriage. It is a regular autobiography following a chronological order, and the last part brings out the changes occurred in the personality in the author, blames the silence of a woman in the society of the patriarchy, feudalism, and cultural norms in most of the Asian countries like India, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, and Afghanistan. My Feudal Lord clearly shows that Tamina's distressing matrimonial life with an imperialistic feudal lord, Mustafa Kar, her second husband. Kar is a notable politician in the history of Pakistani politics and a former chief minister of the Punjab in the Sindh region. The autobiography is distributed into the three parts. The first is Loin of Punjab, second Law of Jungle, and the Loiness is the last. My Feudal Lord is a true archetype of women's plight and their repressed condition. It has been written unambiguously and especially in an Asian context, referring to patriarchal symbolic order in the countries like India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and where women are always at the mercy of the men and society to know what is the thing which are best for them and what they are now have to do. So, because the patriarchal system, the symbolic order is man's world. Only as Jacques Lacan, French psychologist, suggests in his theory of symbolic order that women doesn't fall into the periphery of the male symbolic world. Tamina's work presents the real picture of the subjugation of a woman in the third world countries. The autobiography brings two scenes: the unjust ruling of the patriarchy, which is directly responsible for the present discriminatory state of the woman one hand, and on the other, it shows the harsh impacts of the patriarchy on the lives of females. So the new term The term new feminism or a new female depicts the female protagonist doing anything which is unconventional or which is not a regular notion of a female characteristic. Here in the book, we are saying that Tamina is marrying again and again. She married twice in the book. And in real, she is the third wife of Shehbaz Sharif. So we are seeing that she is coming from a rich family background and marrying again and again just to get a perfect partner or just to get a perfect married life, where her ambition and her character shape as well. She, after first divorce with Anis Khan and the second unsuccessful marriage with Mustafa Khan, is still hopeful to get a perfect partner and to get a perfect married life. The thing which secluded her from the convention is that she didn't lose the hope from this peculiar relationship or the faith from this peculiar bond of two souls. She struggled throughout her life till second marriage with Mustafa. It was hard to express her pain to the world, not only for her but for all the elite women's and also women's from all the categories. She cannot express her pains to the world, not only her but also for the any female coming from elite class. Here I want to quote a couplet by Abbas Qamar in Urdu. हम हैं असीर ज़ब्त इजाजत नहीं हमें, हम हैं असीर ज़ब्त इजाजत नहीं हमें, रो पा रहे हैं आप बधाई है रोइए. It means that we are bound with the control and have to bear. We cannot cry our pains out. You are free to do so. Congratulations. You can cry your pains out and get some relief. But in the last chapter of the Lioness, she breaks out her silences and shouts her pain and suffering out to the world. She decided not to hide more. She became fearless and bold and broke down the conventions that females should bear all the sufferings in a marriage alone. She is as free as man is. Not only this, but her decision to get married twice with Shehbaz Sharif make her an excellent and exceptional woman who knows well what her rights to be happy are. She asked for a perfect marriage life, which she couldn't get in her past two experiences. She still take a step forward just because of her belief that marriage is a peculiar and a peaceful bond of two persons having a one soul. She commits that I got no perfect husband in both my previous experiences. Never let me any down. I rejected to live with them, but I cannot reject the but I never reject the peculiarities of marriage as a beautiful relationship. Their behavior did no harm in her faith to this relation, and it was the reason why she found someone like Shehbaz Sharif, with whom she is finding her marriage is a perfect one. Here, I want to conclude my paper. Thank you so much for giving me this wonderful opportunity.
Thank you so much. Up next, we have Sandhya M. from National College, Trichy. Sandhya M.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Presenting a paper on feminism view on ladies' scope by Anita Nair. Feminism. Feminism is about all genders having equal rights and opportunities. True feminism allows women to be equal to men. The goal of feminism is to challenge the systematic inequalities women face on a daily basis. The specific types of feminism. It divided into three types. The first one is radical feminism. The second one is socialist feminism, and the last one is cultural feminism. Radical feminism means men are expected to do work outside the home, while women are expected to care for children and clean the house. Socialist feminism. Socialist feminism focuses on economics and politics. And the cultural feminism means how the modern society is hurt by encouraging masculine behavior, but the society would benefit by encouraging feminine behavior instead. The three phases of feminism. Elaine Shewalters describes three phases of feminism. The feminine phase. Writers try to follow the male values, writing as men. The second one is the feminist phase. It means women's writing that protested against the male standard and values. The third one is the female phase. Focus is now on women's text as opposed to merely uncovering contempt in the men's text. Anita Nair's Lady Scope, a study predicament in modern perspective. Lady's Scope is one of the most appreciated novel in the realm of Indian writing in English. It narrates the tale of the chief protagonist Akila along with her 5 fellow travelers traveling in the Lady's Scope of a train. Akila is the chief protagonist who sets on a journey to Kanyakumari. Akila meets the 5 fellow travelers in the cope: Janagi, Margaret Shanti, Prabha Devi, Sheila, and Marikolundu. All the travelers in the cope are very curious to share their experience. All the travelers in the cope are very curious to share their experience and views happening in their lives. Each and everyone has different views regarding the institution of marriage and importance of.
Smart teaches Jack in such first condition. Jack does not know anything about the world other than room, and although room is equipped with TV, but Ma says that everything they see on TV is just picture and real. So according to Jack,
May I audible, ma'am?
Sandhya, you're audible, but
Can you hear me?
except the presenters, please make sure yourself that you're muted. Except Sandhya for now.
The novel is characterized. The novel is characterized.
DrKK, Shash, please mute yourself.
Pardon? Pardon?
Please mute yourself.
Yeah.
Can I continue, ma'am?
Continue, Sandhya.
The novelist characterized the protagonist as a spinster and single woman carrying the burden of her family. Janagi. Women are.
Sorry, David. Sorry, David. Please mute. David.
Indian women are deeply linked to social, religious, culture, and regional features, and their identity is thus multi-layered. Margaret Shanti shares her suppression and dilemma, and he is dominated by her husband Ebenezer Paulraj. Ebenezer has projected to her importance and treats her as a woman who could only fulfill his male and desire. She wants divorce, but the social norms and conditions are implements and don't allow her to do so. The third one is Prabha Devi is another fellow traveler who is an accomplished woman. The narrator waves the story beautifully to delineate the male chauvinism and the attitude of men towards the girl child in the modern society. The birth of Prabha Devi doesn't make her father happy because her father wants a son who could carry his business further. Prabha Devi visits New York, where she is impressed by the Western culture and the rights of equality and liberty given to women in European society. Sheila is the youngest fellow traveler among the 6 traveling in the coop. She is only 14 years of old and hardly recognizes the meaning of masculinity and femininity. Sexual exploitation of a girl child displays the dark side of the masculinity. Modern society is considered a well-developed and culture where everything is guided by the logic and human values. Marikolundu is one of the most pathetic characters among the 6 travelers in the coop. She is the victim of rape and is facing the problem of identity and survival in the society. She remarks, "I have a son and no husband." Her mother warns about the male attitude towards women in the society. Women are seems to victimized by both men and society. Finally, Akila introspects that she can live alone independently without being a parasite to anyone. There is an evolving awareness the self as a victimized women followed by a gradual development that breaks the discrimination and the stronger women to fight the world alone. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Sandhya. Thank you, Dr. Sridivya. Thank you for your patience listening. Up next, we have Dr. Sudha as a chairperson and Akhilendeshwari as the presenter.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Yes, participants, kindly note you have only 5 minutes. Within 5 minutes, you try to finish your presentation. I understand very difficult to finish it within 5 minutes, but due to time constraints, try to finish it within 5 minutes. You'll start the first presenters.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Akhilendeshwari from First MA. Today, I'm going to take you through themes and techniques used in 21st century literature. So, 21st century literature, that is the year 2000 to the present, there were contemporary issues such as global warming, international conflicts such as Second Persian Gulf War, and unquestionably the pandemic COVID-19 had a huge impact on people's life and probably going to have a great impact on literature also. Currently, it encompasses the information age, an era marked by rapid adoption of new technologies. This information age is being fueled by knowledge, economy, the values, problem solving, and critical thinking. So, some of the notable works in 21st century literature is The Testament by Margaret Atwood. Margaret Atwood unquestionably remains as an iconic writer of 21st century, followed by the work Wolf Hall by Hilary Mantel, and also The White Tiger by Erode, and Kiran Desai, The Inheritance of Loss. Then we move on to the themes of 21st century literature. The major themes include identity, history and memory, technology, and intertextuality. Some of the 21st literary terms were game writing, autofictions, experimental fictions, speculative fictions, and contemporary realism. So some of the techniques used by major authors in 21st century were irony and playfulness, black humor, intertextuality, metafiction, and temporal distortion. So moving on, main characteristics of 21st century learners were they demonstrate independence, they build strong content knowledge, they respond to varied demands of audience, staff, purpose, and discipline. They also comprehend as well as predict. They value evidence, they use technology and digital media strategically and capably. So thank you for your patience listening. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, Akhilendeshwari was a very apt title. You did a very good attempt. Yes, thank you. We'll move to the next participants.
Yes, ma'am. Up next, we have DrKK, Assistant Professor from Chhattisgarh. DrKK.
Can you listen to me?
Yes, you're audible. Go ahead. You are audible. DrKK. Fine, we could move on to the next person. Up next, we have Christy from Holy Cross College.
Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Can you hear me? Hello.
Okay. DrKK, continue.
In central India, the state of Chhattisgarh has, in its southern direction, a large hilly region called Bastar, that is thickly covered with trees. This region is known for the tropical forest and untamed animals, cataracts, and caves. It is mostly inhabited by tribal communities such as Gond, Halba, Muria, Maria, Dhurva, Bhunjia, and Bhatra that constitute 70% of the total population of this region. The tribals in the region have rich culture, unique artwork, and simple lifestyles. Their life, culture, societal system, livelihood, struggle are faithfully reflected in Bakshi's tribal novel, Bulan Kanda. Bakshi, a former official in the state and too keen on writing, composed two memoirs, two novels, and six poetry collections. His famous novel, Bhulan Kanda, the Amnesia tuber, was first printed in 2012, and it has been translated into English by Uma Ram and K.S. Ram. As a non-tribal author, Bakshi portrays the society through his novel Bhulan Kanda. In this novel, Hadma, the eldest of four brothers, plans the wedding of the youngest of them, Bhakla. Hadma takes this matter to the village council as the situation of all the brothers is bleak. The villagers, however, cooperate and make a positive contribution to the success of this ceremony. I quote, 2 years ago, the youngest of the brothers, Bhakla, was to get married. Due to widespread drought, the condition was bad. The village resolved that every household will contribute 2 measures of rice and 10 rupees to Hadma. He must apologize the wedding. If there be any shortfall, the chief will make it good. Unquote. In one of the episodes in the novel, Bhakla commits the murder of Bijju, a fellow farmer, during a scuffle with him in his field. Though it was unintentional, but crime is punishable. The village commune decides in a meeting that Bhakla and his wife Premin will treat Ganja, a lonely old man, as their father, and Ganja will be imprisoned for Bhakla's offense. It suggests that the villagers are deeply concerned about Bhakla's children on the one hand and Ganja's food and health on the other hand. The betterment of both these persons was taken into consideration when the decision was made. The judgment or decision of the village community was thus purely based on human emotions and well-being of the society. The novelist makes it clear that the tribal people live in a caring and human society. They are the staunch supporter of the concept of mutual cooperation. Ganja goes to the prison as he sees his daughter in Premin. Moreover, the tribals keep faith and accept the decision taken by the village commune. The novelist criticizes the system of economics in the country, where 10% tribals of the total population still lag far behind many of the other communities. He draws attention of the civilized society towards the condition of poverty-stricken tribals who desire imprisonment for getting good facilities like food, shelter, medicine, water, etc. I quote, as one villager murmurs during the meeting, if the prison provides food on time and it has the facility of health care, then why should Ganja not take it upon himself? The novelist thus represents the harsh realities of the life in tribal community. They are the victims of inequality, illiteracy, and discrimination. The condition of their life is correctly revealed here in this novel. Thank you very much.
Can you repeat the title once again, sir?
The title of my paper.
David, you are muted. Unmute yourself to speak. David, unmute yourself and speak.
Sudha ma'am?
Yes.
I'm Dr. Visalakshi from Pondicherry. I'm 24th participant. All of a sudden, my net got disconnected. Very sorry. Can you please give me a chance to present now?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Shall I
Yeah,
start?
yeah, sure, ma'am.
Ha, ma'am. Have you noted the topic of my title? tribal societal system in Bakshi's novel Bhulan Kanda. The amnesia tuber.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for present. Yes, ma'am. Visalakshmi, ma'am.
Yes, thanks, ma'am.
Please go ahead, ma'am.
Very good morning to one and all present over there. I start with my paper. The topic is Dowry in Journey 15 by Ambai. Ambai is a very well-known Tamil contemporary women writer. And the summary of the story is about the travel of a family from Mumbai to Chennai for the wedding of their daughter Aruna Kamarchi. The mother of Aruna does catering service at home. Her husband is a clerk in a government office. So they belong to the middle class family and they do all their might to save for the dowry of Aruna's wedding. What happens is when they start their travel from Mumbai to Chennai, they lose their suitcase in the railway station. So the main intrigue of the story is here. What happens next? I'll give a single definition for dowry. The jewelry and the money are given to the bride from her parents' part in order to assure a safe future. This is the dowry line reason behind dowry. Next slide. Police complaints. You won't find it, Ma. You please go directly to Anachi. This is about a wedding. The police cannot do anything. It will only drag on. Anachi, the hero. Who is Anachi? Don't you know Anachi? Really, Paramu Anachi. He runs everything in this neighborhood. Where can we find him? Go to Sion Kolivada. There is where he lives and works. Anyone there can tell you where to find him. The wedding is in 4 days. Can't the police help us? They will try to help in cases such as this, but it will take time. That's why I'm suggesting this, he explained. With some hesitation, she conveyed this to Kamachi, but we don't know how people like him react, Kamachi said timidly. So the police themselves, they address Kamachi to go and meet the local Dada. Anachi style, is your daughter's name Aruna? Yes. She's employed. Is she employed? He asked when he returned. Yes, for 5 years, we haven't touched her income. It was saved little by little, whimpered Kamachi. Please don't cry, Tai, said Anachi, addressing her most respectfully. What does the groom do? He works in Dubai. It's a good job. Your daughter is getting married, but all that you're wearing is a single chain and some glass bangles. And Aya, your husband too is very plainly dressed in khadar shirt and dhoti. Did you have to pay a lot of dowry? No, said Kamachi's husband. It was not much. We gave 1 lakh in cash. They had to make arrangements for their new place, don't they? Then diamond earrings, jewelry worth 20 sovereigns, clothes, flight tickets for Aruna and the groom, Kamachi said falteringly. So here we can see the perspective of a mother regarding dowry. She is happily giving the dowry, thinking that it is going to pave way for a peaceful life of her daughter. Whereas, let's see the Aruna's idea on dowry. Aruna was adamantly against all this. She said she had a principle against dowry. Teacher too supported her. We had a hard time convincing her to consent. You see, there are good people. This is a good alliance, said Kamachi. Anachi and Kamachi's conversation on dowry. Anachi says, your daughter was right. How is this a good alliance? They are money suckers. It is not like that. They are from a very respectable family. We are in no way equals to them. But they liked Aruna. She has a good job and she is also good looking. See, the perspective of Kamachi here is the typical perspective of a middle class family who think themselves to be inferior to others, and so they are ready to sacrifice all their might to make up the dowry. So finally, Anachi helps to find out the suitcase and Kamachi invites him for the wedding. Please come to the wedding, she stammered. Taking the invitation from her, he laughed out loud. How can that be? How can people like me go to the wedding at your place? When you are back here, please cook for me one day. I love the rasam you people make. The truth behind the theft, she asked him softly. Did they find the suitcase? He remained silent for a few moments. Then whispered to her, it was one of our boys who took it. This happens when it is a wedding group or some other big group of people. He will take the stuff and get off the train at Kachrat and return to Mumbai on the train that comes the next morning from Chennai. He said all this matter of factly. Do the police know she has? How can they not know? He said. The next day too, a car was sent to pick them up. Anachi's humility and humanity. Please forgive me. That's why I have arranged all this. He handed over the suitcase to them and said, please be careful. I have informed Thangavelu, our taxi driver in Chennai. He will pick you up at the station. And then he handed over a plastic bag. Nothing much, just a maternal uncle's gift for Aruna. Sari, a gold chain, bangles, etc. Then he bent down closer to her and said, Tai, there's also a pair of bangles for you and your hands that feed everyone. Kamachi looked at him in shock. He stood there, his hands folded respectfully. Mahaperiyava's grace. The groom's father took Kamachi and her husband aside and accepted to take part in the wedding expenses. You have printed Kanchi Mahaparamacharya's name on the invitation. He does not approve of taking dowry. It looks like he also appeared in my wife's dreams and said, "Are you taking dowry?" It left her shivering and sweating. She came to me right away and said, "We should not accept dowry. So we do not want to take anything," he said, and returned the check. "We have made all the arrangements for the tickets to Dubai. Also, we will split the wedding cost halfway with you," said the groom's father, as if he was reciting something someone had taught him to say. Paramacharya or Paramu Annachi. Here's the words of Kamachi. Standing next to them, she wondered if it was Paramacharya appearing in the dream or Paramu Annachi threatening on the phone that resulted in this change of heart. It felt like there was no need to the wonders that Kamachi's Rastam could accomplish. I conclude. Dowry is a practice to help the newlyweds. It is fair until it doesn't harm anybody. The story shows as the hardships undergone by a middle class family in order to assure a decent dowry. Ambai wonderfully presents through Annachi that a person who does antisocial works has a heart to avoid dowry, but the so-called parents of the groom are keen on extracting money, jewelry, property, and all that could affirm a luxurious life to their son in the name of marriage. A religious saint of Mahaperiyava plays a vital role as His Holy Highness denies to give or accept dowry. So finally, the groom's parents are refusing the dowry and sharing the expenses of the wedding. Kamachi wonders if it was really Periyava or Paramu Annachi who threatened the groom's parents to refuse dowry. Ambai has presented a wonderful imagery of dowry through this story. I request all the participants to please kindly go through my paper when it is published, and I have made it as simpler as possible. Thank you, Sudha ma'am. Thank you, one and all.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Vishalakshmi ma'am. So I have a question. According to your point of view, so what is the solution to the current situation to reduce dowry, ma'am? Just share everything.
The solution is either we should be spiritually conscious that we should not extract from the next person. That is one point. The other point, as Annachi involves there, we have to be bold enough to go and raise our voice against people who are money suckers. That is the solution, I hope, ma'am. And the main thing is we have to start insulting people who boast saying that I have spent this much for my daughter's wedding, son's wedding, because this indeed, as a chain reaction, it affects someone on the other end of the cycle who had to, give away all that they have in order to assure secure life for their children.
Yeah, sure, ma'am. We have to teach our students also what are the problems to get dowry and all those things. Even children, as our children have to teach.
Yes, ma'am. We have to make people aware that it is a shame to get dowry.
Yeah, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you so much.
Yes, we'll move to the next presenters. Yes.
Up next, we have Christy Charlotte and Macrina from Holy Cross College, Trichy. Christy Charlotte.
Yes, ma'am. Are we audible, ma'am?
You are audible.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Our topic is tormented nature and the lost identity of the poet in the poem, Portrait of the Poet as a Landscape. Marginality in literature deals with the people who struggles hard and being completely marginalized by the society in the aspect of identity, racism, gender, and so on. People, especially who lives in marginalized countries, often have quest for survival and to have an identity in the society in which they are a part of. Klein belongs to a Jewish community, popularly known as a famous Canadian writer who have opened the young minds with his beautiful essays and poems.
The paper mainly talks about the lost identity and the poet's transformation from poet to a commoner due to marginalization. He is pushed to a state of madness completely ignored by the modern world. He expresses his sad state by saying that the society is aware of his presence only when census or election is being conducted. He is voluntarily pushed to an isolated state, unable to fulfill his paradoxical elements, depriving him his passion and position to a worker as a labor, resulting in anxiety and sense of death. The poet thus discovers his true identity as a landscape, once connected and now being separated from this modern society.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Up next, we have Vaishnavi K. from Holy Cross College, Trichy.
Good morning, ma'am. I'm audible now, ma'am.
Yes, audible. Here,
Good morning, everyone. Ma'am, I'm audible now, ma'am.
Yes, you are audible. Yes, continue.
Good morning, everyone. My paper is on post-colonial analysis in Chinman Adichie's novel Half of a Yellow Sun. The aim of the paper is to explore the effect of colonialism after the independence of Nigeria. The novel Half of a Yellow Sun by Adichie lays out the aftermath of colonialism after the moment post Second World War. The country which were once under colonization after the independence comes out as a post-colonial country. Countries like Nigeria is one among them. The novel Half of a Yellow Sun revolves around the aftermath of colonialism and its effect and the impact that creates on the people. The novel moves around the issue that took place after the Nigerian Civil War. Post-colonial theory mainly focuses on themes of war, religion, effects of politics. The novel focuses on the view of Nigerian people as the novel is written by a Nigerian writer who has indulged his experience during the wartime. The novel indulged the theory of post-colonialism as the theory dealt with the Biafran War or Nigerian Civil War, which took place during the year 1967 to 1970. So the novel also talks about the issues like war, politics, religious issues that happened during the war. In sum up, the novel is located with the issue of marginality, history, and conflict, which interrogates through post-colonial theoretical formation and the six phases structure of war novels. Post-colonial theory chiefly focuses on the post-colonial issues. Here in the novel, the main political issue that Adichie dealt with is the Nigerian Civil War. The reason behind every war is politics. Politics is kind of battle without blood loss and killing, but war is due to some political reason and that leads to killing and blood loss. Nigeria was occupied by three ethnic groups largely, namely Igbo people from the south and Yoruba people from southwest and Hausa people from the north. Though the country got into its independence in 1960, there is still the trace of British influence over the Nigerian politics in order to make use of the resource of the country. As a result of it, many of the power was given to Hausa people where they occupy most of the northern part of the Nigeria. And that creates the war between the tribe groups in Nigeria. Igbo people think that they are being ignored in every place. The effect of war is shown through the characters in the novel who all face the trauma, fear, massive killing, seeing their loved one dead in front of them, economic dread. These are the consequences that people had faced during the aftermath of the war. And they also hope for a better future after the Biafran War. Both the government tube had killed their own people to occupy power. To conclude, that been divided of culture and religion. Even after the fall of Biafra, there is still the memory of the war tormenting within the people. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Is a good attempt. We'll move to the next participants.
Up next, we have Uma Parameshwari, Assistant Professor of English from Rajpalayam. Uma Parameshwari.
Good morning. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am. You can go ahead.
Good morning.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. First of all, I would like to thank all the organizing today online international conference program. This is a very nice. Yes, very well. I start with my paper. So I'm just going to talk about history of any country. So we are all interested in history. This paper mainly concentrates on the history of India, and I'm having my writer Salman Rushdie. My topic is turning history into fiction by revisiting India's past. contemporary in Salman Rushdie's Midnight Children. Midnight Children, as we all know, can be considered as an example of post-colonial, postmodern, and magical realist literature. Rushdie proceeds very differently to understand the term history through the life of his protagonist Salim Sinai in his novel Midnight Children. His protagonist actually move in time and space, covering the years from 1915 to 1978. Rushdie revisits India's political history from the period of British Empire in 1947, including significant moments such as Gandhiji's Hartal, partition of Pakistan, India, Indira Gandhi's state of emergency, and so on. By narrating the life of all the three generations, he is getting into contact with all the past histories of Indian politics. So in this novel, he has created the history of India, which is extremely heterogeneous in its culture. The narrative focuses upon the political and social problems of modern India and tries to question the established methods of historical discourse and storytelling. In writing the novel, Rushdie brings the history of 20th century to our view. And Salim Sinai brings the history of India clearly with a history of his own family, which constitutes the history of three generations. And born at the exact time of Indian independence, Salim Sinai connects his life with the history of India. And it is believed that the children who are born at the time of Indian independence have some magical powers. That's why it comes under the magical realism literature. And Salim's retelling of history and of India is not a true depiction of India's political happenings of the past. Actually, Rushdie is changing the dates and events to suit his narration of the story. And to understand from the fiction of Rushdie, we can say that he has the ability to fictionalize history through his character Salim Sinai by combining history with politics. It's actually in relation with the larger historical context that fashions the Indian society. The novel may be regarded as the voice of the people, which actually gives Rushdie a place in recording history in its true essence. By this, I just want to conclude that Rushdie actually brings to our vision the present day political scenario along with the past history. So that's what I want.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your present.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your presence. We'll move to the next presenters.
Up next, we have Assistant Professor Angeline Christie from National
Thank you, ma'am.
College.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. Deep in the forest, I stroll to hear the wisdom of my soul, says Angie Wayland Crosby. The topic which I have chosen for today's presentation is Cultural Ecofeminism in Tensula Ors, Labadam for my head. My study concentrates on ecofeminism, which states the relationship between the women and the natural world. The term was coined by the French writer Francois de Eubon. Cultural ecofeminism is a branch of ecofeminism which I am concentrating on my study. It states about the intimate connection between nature and women. About my author, Temsula Au, she is an Indian poet, short story writer, and ethnographer, Padma Shri Award in 2007 and Sahitya Academy Award for Lebanon for Mehet in 2013. She has did a great job with her writings, and her works have been translated into various languages of the world. Coming to the heart of my study concentrates on the story which states an extraordinary happening of the nature which brings glorious remark to the vast experience of the old cemetery. A woman named Lentina admired Lebanon for its feminine gesture. Her desire for Lebanon was considered as unhealthy fetish desire by her husband and children. The author beautifully states, Lentina was inwardly hurt by their seeming insensitivity to beauty around them. After her husband's death, Lentina announced that she will accompany her husband in his last journey. This sense of accompany has connected her with nature, where she brings the idea of laburnum tree on her grave as a headstone. This dream was nurtured from her deep desire for finding self-fulfillment in relation with nature. Her desire was interfered by her family when she sought a place for her burial. Driver Babu says, "But madam, your place is already earmarked beside my master." This statement portrays the patriarchal dominance and the illicit abstraction of the society. The interference of human into nature's wishes is compared with the interference of man into women's wishes and dreams. The rhetorical statement of Lentina, "Nonsense, it can go to whichever son goes first. My place is here," justifies the study of my paper. This commandative and authoritative statement shows her initiation of vision which connects herself with nature. After a long struggle, her dream comes true. She found solace in the hands of nature, which carried her endearingly forever and ever. The author beautifully states, the humble Indian laburnum bush erupts in glory with its blossoms of yellow mellow beauty. Cultural ecofeminism encourages the association of women with nature because of the sensitivity to scarcity and deprivation of the environment. People thought that it was an accident of nature, but the phenomenon stood out as a magnificent incongruity and states the essence of life. Her self-fulfilling prophecy, brought out by the sense of ecstasy towards nature, proves her life as immortal. Nature reflects the attributes of femininity as women holds the beautiful rhythm of nature. Through this short story, Temsula Au states that nature is the everlasting source of inspiration, with the portrayal of her character Lentina, who voices out the pristine ambience of nature in the universe. As Emerson states, "I am the lover of uncontained and immortal beauty." With this, I conclude my study by throwing light on the interrelation of women and nature, which states they are subtle to understand. In order to understand them, the wisdom of soul is needed, as like Lentina. Nature nourishes and flourishes every soul to find the true meaning of life, which wafts the spirit of beauty in eternal journey of peace. I end with a quote from where I started. Deep in the forest, I stole to hear the wisdom of my voice. Thank you.
Thank you, Angeline, ma'am, especially for choosing the contemporary literature. It's a very good attempt, ma'am. Of course, your students let you know new author. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. So we'll move to the next presenters. Yes.
Up next, we have Jerlin from Holy Cross College, Tiruchirappalli. Jerlin?
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
You're audible.
Yes,
Go ahead.
exactly.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, the topic I've chosen is Delineation of Feminism in Chitra Banerjee Devakaruni's The Palace of Illusions. So, literature has witnessed the roles of women evolving through ages, but until recent times, most of the published writers were men, and portrayal of women in literature was without doubt biased. Author Anita Nair says that literature has always been ambivalent in its representation of women. Here, Chitra Banerjee Devakaruni is The Palace of Illusions. In this, she explores the patriarchal psyche that has forever dominated even the epic Mahabharata. In this, she retells the epic from the perspective of Draupadi. She employs Panchali as the narrator in her novel and thereby retelling the Mahabharata in a feminist perspective. Her retelling emphasizes identity and assertion of women, their needs, ambition, and longing, thoughts, and action. Feminist literary criticism helps us to look at literature in a different light. It applies the philosophies and perspectives of feminism to the literature we read. Devakaruni's Palace of Illusions is the perfect example for this. In her novel, Devakaruni chose Draupadi as a strong willed and determined character from Mahabharata. Devakaruni seems to establish the truth which was established by the original masculine text. Through her novel, she portrays the new truth or a new reality which can be called as simulation. A feminine perspective given from a woman in a work of literature might be the first step towards defining themselves and hence empowering the women community. Devakaruni's motive in writing Palace of Illusions is to represent the feminist perspective of the great epic Mahabharata. She has given Draupadi an interrogative voice in the novel. She has used a dialogic method to reveal and expose the male biases and prejudices. Her interrogation is at two levels. First, at an individual level, with where she exposes other people's bias towards her. At the second level, she interrogates and questions others. Her interrogation makes people conscious of their prejudices, because of which she's discouraged to ask questions. She's discouraged to think beyond the masculine boundaries. Feminists have long been calling upon women to talk about their sexuality, to come out of their shackles of dominating men who have oppressed women's sexuality and their desires for too long. Devakaruni uncovered the story that lay invisible between the lines of men's exploits in Mahabharata. Draupadi is also known as Yangaseni. It means the princess who leaped out of the sacrificial fire. Vyasa, the person who wrote Mahabharata, he has given Mahabharata and has portrayed Draupadi as a woman of curiosity, as one who takes her decisions without much consideration. Her actions, which are above the levels of a queen, cause all the problems. In her novel, Devakaruni is giving her the chance to express her point of view, her thoughts, and her emotions. She is the woman of fire, the lady with strong mind and decisions. Devakaruni's Draupadi writes herself and her body and reveals her own sexual desires and fantasies. To conclude, Chitra Banerjee Devakaruni's novel, it can be taken as a text which challenges the authority of power exercised on women through masculine literature by creating this literature as reality and truth. This novel tries to change this powers of execution of power by revealing the structures of power and by creating a new reality and truth in which even women have their say through the process of constant interrogation or dialogism. Thank you.
Is Jolene really clear, very understanding presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
So, Tamira says, so we'll move to the next presenters.
Okay, so we shall go on to the next presenter. Guna Pavadarni, Sri Lakshmi College, Ramaswamy College, Trichy.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, it's audible.
You can begin.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, can you see my scene? Can you see my screen, ma'am?
It's visible, ma'am. It's visible. Just do it.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Guna Pavadarni from studying biotechnology from Sita Lakshmi Ramaswamy College. Today, I am going to talk about applied linguistics. What is applied linguistics? After human being appeared on earth, his focus on only survival. At that stage, human beings was no different from an animal, as his instinct was dominant, his knowledge of others' fears was zero. Hence, he had no idea of improvement of survival. Whenever he was hungry, he killed whatever creature was moving or plucked whatever he found on trees. Since human beings was bestowed with reasoning, he started evolving in foraging and felt the need to communicate. His first mode of communication was using gestures and cacophonic sounds. This went on for generations. Man's urge to grow all limitations finally took over. Communication evolved to next stage from non-verbal to verbal. Thus language was born. Thus language was born. The study of all languages on their origin and growth is called linguistics. Evolution of language. The accent and diction largely depends on the climatic conditions and the geography of area. Gradually, snobbishness and politics laced the language. The arrogance of blue-bloodedness quelled the growth of their languages. This was compounded by the colonization of European nations. Britain, being the most powerful and expensive, overtook other nations in the race of greed and economic quest. However, the language could not have the same right in all terrains. Hence, different dialectics appeared. Verbal and non-verbal communications. There is a paradigm difference between the communication of human beings and animals. In animal communication, there is no tense. A cat or dog does not say that it had a hearty food for the previous day. A crow does not say that it is going to visit the neighboring colony. All an animal, all an animal bird can express its emotions like hunger, danger, threat, and attack. In contrast to his human communication, is full of emotions, past, present, and future situations. However, man is capable of nonverbal and verbal communication also. In nonverbal communication, he has a repertoire of expressions like smile, disgust, boredom, sleepiness, lust, anger, horror, nonchalance, shame, satire, humor, compassion, suspicion, which other animals are divided of. Animals can only convey hunger, sleep, and reading. Man is blessed with all these faculties, which are channels of reasoning and thinking. As a fallout of this, we have a huge entertainment. The visual media further boosts man's memory and imaginations. Memory recycles past and anticipation kindles further. There is controversy as to which language originated first as an effective means of communication. In the evolution of language, grammar was a challenge. Man was confronted with tenses. Fixing the tenses globed to a chunk of time before he could arrive at the present form. For example, Ayyo Konji from Tamil, Padayatra from Sanskrit, Cul-de-sac from French, it is said that English is a flexible language and hence has grown big with only 26 alphabets, the least number compared to other languages. Other leading languages are handicapped by rigidity and social conservation. Hence, they could not compete with English for supremacy. They cannot be common language for man. English spoken is only 6 countries in the world, but dominating all transactions is not in compensation for common language. Mandarin, the largest spoken language in the world, also is not in contention for hierarchy. Sanskrit, supposed to be the mother of several Dravidian languages, is obsolete. Many Indian languages are self-evolved. I conclude that language is a vehicle for our thoughts. It has taken many centuries and generations of effort to shape a language to the present state, but it is endless. Every language continues to evolve, particularly English. The size of language is derived by the people using the language. Ironically, English spoken only in 6 countries out of 194 has established its footprint thanks to the racial segregation. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, ma'am, you are from biotechnology department. Are you from biotechnology department?
Yes, ma'am.
But still, you present. Very good, ma'am. Thank you for your attend. Very, very good, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for
Yes,
this opportunity, ma'am.
yes, sure, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. It's my pleasure. It's our pleasure. Yes, so we move to the next presenters.
Up next, we have Prabha TV, Assistant Professor from CB Bandari Jain College. Prabha, is Prabha there? Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, Dr. Shiva, for your patience listening.
Yes, actually, I have to thank who are part of the Bodhi conference. So I thank everyone, especially I thank our head of the department, Dr. Vasil, sir, for giving this opportunity as a chairperson of the paper presenters. Yes, I just want to congratulate all the presenters. They are really, really, you did very well. Thank you so much. Yes.
Up next, we have Dr. M. Govindarajan from National College Trichy as chairperson.
Okay, very good afternoon to you all the participants and the candidates, those who are presenting their papers. I just want to tell you the participants that they should summarize their papers for 5 minutes. Brevity and the main ideas are very important. We just present briefly the main ideas and you please come to the conclusion. You should take too much of time. Just 5 minutes you may take for presenting your paper, not more than 5 minutes. Okay? Yes. Thank you.
Okay, sir. For the first presenter, we have Kalai Selvi, PhD Research Scholar, Hindustan Institute of Technology and Science. Kalai Selvi?
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
You're audible. Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. My topic is post-colonial perspective in Magesh Datani's place. Introduction. Magesh Datani's place in 21st century Indian film directors, Indian male dramatists and playwrights, Indian male stage actors. Datani is the George Bernard Shaw of English drama in India, an era rapid literary change. His play, originally written in English and the plays translated in English original languages, fall into distinct categories. Datani's play can be said to have been inspired by Ibsen. Magesh Datani's collections of work, Final Solution, Dance Like a Man, 30 Days in September. Themes dealt in Datani's play, gender discrimination, parental authority, homosexuality, gender identity, religion, child sexual abuse. Objective of the research: to find the elements of post-colonial perspective Magesh Datani's play, to investigate the role of women in different circumstances, to find out the attitude of women towards the male-dominated society. Then post-colonial perspective in Dance Like a Man. Post-colonial perspective focus on women's suffering and how they struggle for in their rights and choice. Datani plays reveal how women suffer patriarchy due to male chauvinism in the family. Oppression and ill treatment are the brutal behaviors of patriarchy which harden their attitude towards women within the family. The play Dance Like a Man shows how the patriarchal social setup deprives of their members of the families from being the celebrity as a dancer. But here it shows how women are the subjects of suffering by the male. Ratna could not be a famous dancer under the patriarchal powers exercised by the father-in-law. Amitlal is an autocratic father who does not try to understand the emotions and feelings and the problem of his son and the daughter-in-law. Datani clearly shows his talents and can never flourish under the dominations of patriarchal family. Their relationship is complicated one, so it's kind of misunderstanding and distress are the reasons for the familial disharmony. In the final solutions, Magesh Tatani discussed about the gender-related issues, problem of the innocence, homosexuality, and the concept of the feminism. His play, Final Solution, frequently takes his subject, the complicated dynamics of the modern urban family. His character struggles for some kind of freedom and happiness under the weight tradition, cultural constructions of gender and repressed desire. The attorney shows how problems in the society rock the family in final solutions. He deals with the discriminations against people in our society on the basis of religion and sex. Conclusions. Magesh Datani clear shows post-colonial approach in his play. Protagonists are the sufferer of the social structure which control the minds and deep of the people. It can be closed out the Magesh Datani has effectively dealt with gender bias in his place. Then Magesh Datani as a man, he understanding the women, how they dominated by men in the Indian family. The different types of gender bias and patriarchy affecting women characters in Datani's place. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, I'm Mr. Kalakshmi, friend of College of Arts and Science, Chennai.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Say in your delivery, you have it fixed Magesh Datani in the post-colonial scenario. Okay, in the post-colonial space. That
Yes,
should
sir.
be done at first. And you please define what is post-colonialism.
Post-colonial means patriarchy, how women dominated in the society, sir.
No. Okay, ma. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Best wishes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Up next, we have B. Mahalakshmi from Rajapalli. Assistant Professor B. Mahalakshmi.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, you're audible. You can go ahead and proceed.
Yeah, okay,
Yes.
ma'am. Thank you. Shall I present, ma'am?
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Okay, sir. Good morning to everyone. The topic is Journey from Self-Sacrifice to Self-Realization in Anita Naya's Ladies Group. From the title itself, we can recognize that I am going to tell about women's struggle for existence. Most of her novels present women's right for independence. Women characters suffer, but their sufferings turn out to be weapons to fight injustice. Our life is filled with twists and turns. Not only every woman life is filled with twists and turns, in which women are oppressed by male-dominated society. That life teaches everyone a lesson, and it gives and provides experience, quest for self-identity, and one's own individuality. It not only gives experience but also helps for personal growth. From ancient period, women are portrayed as the souls of dependence. That Indian society believes that women should always hang on to men for their life, and it projects women as gentle, dependent, and submissive. Here, in Ladies Scoop, is the story of women's search for strength and independence. It mirrors the intimate feelings of middle class women in Indian society. The characters are the reflections of women's status in India, the real middle class home, and the irony of the petty problems of daily living are described sensitively by Nair. The heroine of Ladies Scoop is like a common women victims of exploitation in men-dominated society. As the title of the novel itself indicates the plot, where six women who meet for the first time in their lives, they share their experience, even though they are different in age, in their educational backgrounds and cultural upbringing.
but their lives have a common thread, a common problems. The chief protagonist, Agila, along with her 5 fellow travelers, traveling in a ladies' coupe of a train. The novelist delineates beautifully the predicament and dilemma of modern women through the 6 female characters who belong to different social and economical background. Agila decides to go for a journey to Kanyakumari. She is a woman of 21st century where each and every woman demands equality and liberty to lead her life according to her wishes. But Agila is deprived of it. Agila is the eldest child in the family. So after the death of her father, all the responsibilities come on her shoulder. She joins a job as an income tax clerk to meet her needs as well as for the whole family. She is the breadwinner of the family and takes care of each and every member of, but no one thinks about her life and future. The next character among the 66 characters, the first one is Janagi. She is oldest of the 6 women in the coop, grows up in the traditional family of being groomed into a subservient daughter, a loyal wife, and a doting mother. She has been looked after all her life by men. She recognizes the ineffectuality of being an obedient wife and a caring mother, and that need to affirm self identity and freedom to live one's own life. The youngest of the 6 is Sheila. The next character, she is a 14-year-old woman who talks about the female child exploitation by women. Next, Margaret's story. The Margaret story is the story of women who learns how her own strategies to get her dreams true. Margaret felt confusion, anger, sorrow, pain, and self pity, tired of her submissiveness at her home. She finally takes her life into her own hands. The story, next story, Marikolundu. The story of Marikolundu is that Dalit women remains unique and reveals the multiple layers of exploitation she has faced in her life by being a woman, a minor, a Dalit, and poor. Through her, Naya portrays a real picture of a deprived woman. After her father's death, she worked at Chetya Kottarai with her mother. There she faced so many problems in her life. Finally, she succeeded in her life. At the conclude, the novel roams through the memories of Agila, interconnected by the storytelling of fellow passengers and their empathy towards each other. The ladies' compartment becomes a platform for them to express themselves and support each other. A bond of sisterhood suddenly created among the women from different caste, class, and age. Agila finally decides to resume her old romantic relationship and take a bold stand in her life. After listening to the stories of fellow travelers, Agila came to know that all women are suppressed. Women in general want to end this suppression. She wished to live a free life. Agila somehow feels that she has lost her own identity and she is in search of self identity. Agila realizes that we need to eliminate the gender discrimination. Not only Agila, but also everyone realizes at the end of their life that they need to eliminate the gender discriminations in their life. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, Mahalakshmi, Miss Mahalakshmi.
Okay, sir.
So, what is the title of the paper?
Journey from self-sacrifice to self-realization, sir.
And will you please justify the title?
Women are sacrifice everything to their family members. At the last They didn't
but
get any response from the family members. They realize themselves.
okay. Okay.
At the end, they concluded that they need some freedom in their life.
So, Ms. Mahalakshmi, are you a student or a staff member?
Staff members, sir.
Okay, okay. Congratulations. But at the same time, I do want to advise you, please just improve your pronunciation, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Up next, we have P.V. Deepa, Assistant Professor, PG Department of English, Rajapalli. Deepa?
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am,
Yeah.
you're audible.
Okay. Good afternoon, one and all. My topic for my presentation is customary calamity and subjugation of women in Shashi Tharoor's riot. My paper examines socio-cultural issues and subjugation of women in Shashi Tharoor's riot. Shashi Tharoor's riot satirizes the events of cultural activism and religious confrontation in the Indian scenario. Let my presentation highlights the customary calamity that was presented in the novel Riot. Culture and literature are closely related with each other. Literature is more than a realistic depiction of human life. As Edward said, acknowledge the interrelationship among literature. Words that too often literature and culture are presumed to be politically, even historically innocent. It has regularly seemed otherwise to me, and certainly my study of Orientalism has convinced me that society and culture can only be understood and studied together. As in the novel Riot, the disparity in a society in the novel creates imbalance, and these imbalances create misery and destabilize the development and progress dangerously. Next, the main character Lakshman in the Riot, who is married and has a child, falls in love with Priscilla Hart, an American student, because she was too expressive in all matters of life, including sexual lust. Their relationship grows too deep to the extent of having sex. He at times used to think to desert his wife and go along with Priscilla to America, but he was unable to do so. Because of the binding of tradition and custom, he desists himself from doing so and confesses to Priscilla. Through the words of Lakshman, we can know that. I can express the words, I can recite the words of Lakshman. Forgive me, but I must end our relationship. I love you, but I can't leave my wife, my daughter, my job, my country, my whole life, and for my love. Through this, we can infer the same custom, the same tradition can save one person to take some bad decision. The very custom, the traditional custom, can mold a person of taking some wrong decision. Now let me highlight the character of Geeta, the Lakshman's wife. She was the embodiment of superstition. How these customs will pave the way for the chaos in her life. Geeta, the Lakshman's wife, knows about her husband's affair. Instead of questioning Lakshman's cunning deeds, she not only prays but also seeks the blessings of God to save her conjugal relationship. Next, the character, the Priscilla Hart's mother, Catherine, came to India. She reached Jalilgarh and was quite devastated to find the mysterious circumstances that led to the death of her daughter. The worst agony she endured was when she understood how her daughter, who even after her death became a victim of social stigmatization. The author narrates the pain and helplessness of Catherine, the mother, who tried to unravel the mystery of her daughter's death. The ongoing socio-political conflict of the Rama Janmabhoomi issue in Jalilgarh can be drawn in parallel with the ongoing personal trauma faced by Catherine. Priscilla the American women, the student, found the Indian roads broken and dusty and in a pathetic state, which was very much similar to the condition of the women in the small village Jalilgarh. She found the women are so submissive as they had to passively submit themselves as the targets for the women's sensual pleasures. She induces another innocent woman in the Jalilgarh, Fatima B. She educated her about the birth control. After getting influenced by Priscilla, the character Fatima B was succeeded in understanding her own rights. From the voice of the Fatima Bivas, we can understand Priscilla Hart was in a path of succession. Let me see the words of Fatima Bivas. My husband, he wants lot of children, but rather I will decide when I am ready for a child. I want them, instead of planning to arrange their teenage daughter's marriage, to insist on sending her to high school. Priscilla's way of motivating and encouraging women evoked negative response among the masochistic male members of the society. Okay, next, Priscilla, as a dedicated lover, her utmost desire to reconstruct her feminine position and her struggle to reshape her identity is evident through her words to Lakshman. A woman who is available at your convenience 2 evenings a week. You don't have to give up anything. Your work, your social life, your family, your official commitments. You have it all, including me. Okay, Priscilla in the novel emerges as an individualist who questions the very superstructure of the Indian society she lives in. She vehemently voiced out her anger against women facing domestic violence and other oppressions related to gender equality. Taking the case of these 3 women characters in Shashi Tharoor's novel, right, namely Priscilla Hart, Catherine Hart, and Fatima B., the subjugation of women was prevailing in various spheres. They tried to unfathom the reasons for their miserable existence and for their agonies, which made them suffer all throughout their lives. Though women were considered the symbolic bearers of cultural and ethnic identity since time immemorial, yet they faced challenging and disturbing situations. They were assaulted, subjected to inhuman mode of punishment, and had to endure degrading treatments. This remains a situation faced by the 2 characters in the novel, Fatima B. and Priscilla Hart, who were subjected to subjugation and domestic violence amidst the trauma in the conflict zones. To conclude, Shashi Tharoor's fast-paced Riot, a novel, is an exciting mix of love, hate, hope, and despair in a society desperately trying to throw off the shackles of religious orthodoxy and cultural barriers, yet firmly clinging on to them. Yet the author wanted to rewrite the history, but these customary calamities, these superstitious beliefs, sticking on superstitious beliefs, were considered as a barrier. It decrease the upliftment of our country. To conclude, let us not limit our education to be well settled in life. Let us not confine our literature simply by reading books. Let us not stop our knowledge by giving reviews and produce research papers. Let our education transform the customary calamity into communal peace. Let our education manipulates the minds of women from subjugation to emancipation. Thank you, one and all.
Okay, Mrs. Deepa. What's the novel that?
Pardon, sir?
Deepa?
Huh?
What's the novel?
The
What's
novel
the
name is
novel?
Riot. Shashi Tharoor's Riot.
So it's not a riot, it's a riot. Okay.
Okay.
Just to correct it. The another thing is, I want to have something from you. Subjugation of women in society. Subjugation of women in society, that is the main problem that spreads everywhere. I want to know whether the subjugation of a society, so women in society, is natural or artificial?
Sir, your question is whether the subjugation of women is natural or artificial.
Artificial.
Sir, according to my point of view, subjugation of women is natural from the olden days. But today, due to education and the technological advancement, the subjugation is slowly.
No, it is a culturally construct. You see, culturally constructed by us. Okay, so it is an artificial one that we created. Okay.
Okay.
I think that, do you understand?
Hey, yes, sir. I understood. Sir.
We constructed everything. Okay.
Okay,
except God. What women created or construct only. This all in generally called the myth. We call it myth. Okay. Thank you for your nice presentation. All the wishes.
Thank you, sir.
Up next, we have Ajay Vishnu M. Nair from Coimbatore.
Sir,
Ajay
hello.
Vishnu.
Yeah, hello. Am I audible?
Audible. Please, gentlemen,
Yeah.
carry on.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good afternoon. So my topic of my presentation is study on the selected themes of Ken's thesis, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. So the main idea of the article is how stigmatization of mentally disturbed is a serious issue. So the inclemency on treating the mentally unbalanced serves as the main theme in the novel One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest by Ken Kesey. Themes such as power and control, thought of rebelliousness, deprivation of manliness, emasculation and disability, with reference to the novel, is explored in this article. It has become highly important to discuss this topic for many years. Such sensitive topic is not shown interest by the society or the scholars. So let us take a look into how this stigmatization acts as a serious threat to the society and people who are treated as victims. So the novel starts off with the foundation of two songs, which is The Girl Anachronism by Dresden Dolls and Comfortably Numb by Pink Floyd, respectively. Both these songs can be linked to the text and can be associated with main theme of mental health, but however, due to the time constraints, I'm not voicing out all the poems. I'm just highlighting the content of the poem, how it is associated with this article. So comfortably numb relates with the text as it is conversation between a doctor and the patient who has been dosaged with drugs causing him numbness. Rather than listening to what exactly is the situation of the patient, the doctor theoretically advises him from tablets and making him feel numb rather than trying to pull out from the suffering that is going through, which is parallel to lot of situations in the text. And another particular poem is Girl Anachronism. This expresses the suffering of the woman who cannot confine to the expectations and morals of the society. So similarly, we can see lot of characters in our novel who doesn't confine to the expectation of the society, so they are pushed into the asylum. So these two poems surface lot of incidents that are related to the novel. So now I'm just giving the structure of four major themes that is being discussed here. The first theme is power and control. The novel opens up with Chief Bromden, who is our narrator. He has he narrates about his suffering and humiliation in the hands of Afro-American hospital helpers. He abates by their harsh treatment in spite of his gigantic stature. Also, despite his wanting appearance, he feels dreadful about Nurse Ratchet, the head nurse of the institution. Ratchet wears a great power and control over the inmates and is better known for her pitilessness and arrogance. Chief Bromden observes her to be the dictator of everything in and around the asylum, right from the human behavior to the environment. Nurse Richard reminds him of the code that his father had said. I would like to quote: if you don't watch it, people will force you one way or the other into doing what they think you should do, or into just being mule stubborn and doing the opposite of spite. So we can here see how power and control plays a major role in asylums rather than treating the patient with care and concern. And we can see explicitly how Nurse Rachel takes power and control over there. And another instance I would like to quote, in another situation, when Murphy, another protagonist of the novel, petitions Nurse Rachel to allow them to watch television for an extra time on the word, Nurse Rachel exhibits her authoritarian and turns down the request. This infuriates McMurphy and therefore turns down the television away. Further, Nurse Ratched registers her powerful authority and control by flashing out the television power. This is one of the main themes of the novel. The second theme is thought of rebelliousness. There is always a game of cat and mouse rebellion between the Nurse Ratched and McMurphy. McMurphy's thriving attempt to bring the inmates on a fishing trip is one of the best portions of the novel, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. This fishing incident highlights the fearing rebelliousness between them. Rachel's efforts of scaring away the defeated patients not joining the trip fails uh, because McMurphy summons courage and pushes them to come along to the fishing trip with them. So McMurphy creates such an insurrection with Spivot, the doctor who is hooked up with morphine addiction, and Candy Star, a prostitute who isn't reluctant to flash her feminine attributes. This refreshing trip stirs the clan, and with their newfound identity, they revert to the institution. I would like to quote again one of the beautiful lines from Kessie, which is so relatable to this theme. They could sense the change that most of us were only suspecting. They were in the same bunch of weakness from a nut house that their watch take the insults and docking this morning. So this is thought of rebelliousness. So once people come to an idea of rebelliousness and when they start to look for their self-identity, there is always a changeover that happens in them. This is the second topic. So the third theme is depraving of the manliness. So this is a very striking theme that is in the novel. So the female lead in the novel tried to embark their grandness by subverting the manliness of the male characters in the novel. To assert their domination, the female lead makes use of the male inmates' disabilities to cut down their manliness. In more simple terms, emasculate them, thereby linking the bridge between emasculation and disability. So I would like to quote a beautiful phrase from Leach and Murray's article. The most explicit example of connection between disability and gender in the novel is the idea that men of the world are unable to avert their masculinity, and that this is ultimately the reason for their institutionalization. So here again we see men who are not capable of coming out and standing out and voicing out what they need. They are always being dominant by the society. Just as one of the poems I explained in the introduction, Girl Anachronism, we again see men or women, no matter what, if they are not able to voice out what they need, if they are not able to confine to the needs of the society, they are always subjugated and they are always pushed to the other extreme of the society. So this is one of the main themes of the novel I found. And finally, I would like to mention one another important themes of the novel, that is excuse me, emasculation and disability. This is similar to the previous theme, but then this is a bit different. So emasculation and disability is one main theme. The kinship of Billy Bibbit with Nurse Ratched and his mother further accentuates on the intrinsic relationship between emasculation and disability. Bibbit, the most repressed patient of the ward who doesn't have a strong relationship with his mother, exposed some impairments such as speech deterrence, lameness, and always need a strong affirmation in everything in his life. So this again is linked to emasculation, which is associated with disability. So I would like to quote words from Engels. With emotional abuse, the insult, insinuations, criticism, and accusations slowly eat away at the victim's self-esteem until he or she is incapable of judging a situation realistically. He or she may be given to begin to believe that there is something wrong with them or even fear that losing their mind. They have been so beaten down emotionally that they become themselves for the abuse. So again, this is how stigmatization plays a major role in cursing one's self identity. So to conclude, I would like to say the whole paper has made an attempt to prove how the different are detached from the society as mentally ill or mentally mad. Mental illness is a myth whose function is to disguise and thus render more palatable pill of moral conflicts in human relations. Also, I'd like to quote one of the lines which our previous speaker has said. The literature or learning should not just limit ourselves to customary calamity, but then it should transform this customary calamity to communal peace. So I would like to conclude saying whoever mentally disturbed or who mentally ill or whoever people are just to part of the society, and all this education should not just corner them to an asylum or see them as a different individual, rather than help them come out of such suffering by giving them hope and care and concern. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Ajay, very nice presentation.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
So I just want to have something from. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yeah. You're audible, sir. You're audible. Yes.
Jay Kumar.
Yes, sir. You're audible.
I'm audible. Okay. Then here, see, what you have to discuss here, that depends upon only the identity problem. The identity is one of the chief elements that is discussed in post-colonial literature or post-colonial theory. Am I right?
Okay. Yes, but my research topic is mostly on disability studies, sir.
Yeah, disability studies. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. See, after the colonialism, these things came out only because of the post-colonial theories.
True. Yes.
Post-colonial theory. Okay. Here, I want to have something. Keeping the people in the asylum. See, even those who are looking after the people in the asylum or those who are in the asylum, the relationship between these two, that depends upon psych. Am I right?
Yes, exactly.
Exactly. That depends upon psych. How far this psych plays the very significant role between the people, those who are running the asylum, and the people, those who are in the asylum.
Yes. So you are asking me what is the role played by the people who are in the asylum and people who are running the asylum? Is it, sir?
The relationship between the people who are running the asylum and the people, those who are in the asylum.
Yes. So I just want to mention the stigma that are related to mentally disabled are not only prevalent in the society, but unfortunately, even the primary care providers, like the doctors or even the staff working in the asylum, are polluted with such estimations. This has created a drastic impact on the caregivers themselves, as it disturbs their mood in the workplace and acts as a hurdle to voice out their need for help. For example, when a person goes and gets admitted in an asylum, just say that he is mentally disturbed and he wants some care and concern, rather than treating him as an individual, asking him what exactly is trouble, noting down his past history, what is going on through him, they theoretically apply what they have read. The doctors or the staff just treat him as a subject. Theoretically knowing, okay, so and so person is dealing with depression, so he should be given some medication, rather than trying to hear him out and help him with some care and concern. So there are a lot of stigma related issues even happening. Hello. Even happening in the asylum as well, not only to the society. Unfortunately, even the healthcare providers have some problem, I believe.
Due to technological advancements, application.
Okay, Jay Noyer.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you have clarified in detail. See, now are supporting the people, those who are in asylum, or the people, those who are running the asylum?
No, I personally believe that people who are in asylum, not only people who are in asylum, even in
those
the
who are
society,
disabled.
Yeah, they're mentally disturbed.
Disabled.
I would use to coin the term as mentally disturbed rather than saying mentally disabled. We cannot, paint a label on a person saying mentally disabled, because we all go through a phase of ups and downs, depression, stress, and everything. Some people need a lot of help, so I would like to coin the term mentally disturbed. So giving them proper care and concern can pull them out of such suffering. So they are mentally disturbed. Mental disabled, or there are cases who really need a lot of treatment. But talking about the majority, people are mentally disturbed, and giving proper care and concern can help them out.
Okay. Very nice answer, Jay. Thank you for your presentation.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Up next, we have Sri Divya Purani from Virudhunagar. Yes, Sri Divya Purani. Divya Purini, are you there? Okay, we will move on to next one. We have Daisy Fatima from Postgraduate Holy Cross College, Trichy.
Yes, ma'am. I'm here, ma'am.
You can present your paper.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
You are audible.
Yes, ma'am. So I'm Daisy. Good afternoon, all. I am Daisy Fatima from Holy Cross College, Trichy. My paper deals with the analysis of feminist concerns in the novel The Binding Wine by Shashi Deshpande. So first, we should know about the Shashi Deshpande. Shashi Deshpande is prominent Indian woman novelist who boldly portrays the frustration of women in a male-dominated society through her works of Indian literature. Her portrayal of female protagonists shows her feminist concern through leading novels. She presents both strengths and weaknesses of the woman in her novels, and I deal with the theory of feminism. So feminism is a theory of embarking theory which enforces the importance of the rights for women. Feminism includes the equal rights for women empowerment, and female concerns. And here in the novel is narrated by Urmi, a woman protagonist who grieving over the death of her baby girl. Through her grief, Urmi is drawn into the lives of three different women. So three different women are Mira, Ini, Kalpana, and haunted by the fears and deep grief in the patriarchal society. The novel Bending Wine constructs based on the feminist perspective. And here the novel Bending Wine, also a feminist novel, Shashi Deshpande depicts the dramatic condition of three different women. They were similar in their lifestyles. They were suffered under different roles in their life. Feminists like Deshpande observes that men are seen as the superior figure who strains the life of typical Indian woman. Deshpande depicts her characters as sympathetic, devoted, and faithful, very obedient middle class women in Indian society. So first leading protagonist Urmi was the narrator of the novel and loses her baby and undergoes psychological suffering for this personal loss. Deshpande here deeply concerns over the psychological suffering of Urmi by depicting the lifestyle of with her husband and her baby. And the next leading character is Kalpana, the another unmarried woman. Here the Deshpande's concerns over his struggle as a victim of become a victim of rape in the Indian society. And the next woman character is Mira, is late mother-in-law of Omi, who undergoes the struggle within the unaffectionate husband who often leaves her alone for her navy job. And to conclude, feminism is concerning women, focus and analyze the sufferings of women in the male-dominated society. Writers like Shashi Deshpande use the theory clearly to show their concern over the oppression of women in the male-centric society. Thus, here, the bending wine concerns women's struggle for independence in a male-centric society. Thank you, ma'am.
Daisy Fatima, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please define feminism.
So, feminism is a powerful weapon which is mainly focused on the sufferings, hardships of women in a male-centric society, sir.
So, what about womanism?
Womanism is fully based on the woman empowerment.
No. That's not right. Okay. Sashi Deshpande. Is she an Indian novelist or post-colonial novelist or diasporic novelist?
It's an Indian novelist.
Indian novelist. Say, she's. I think I want to know something. Do you think or do you believe that still this patriarchism prevails in our society? Still exists in our society?
I don't think so, sir. Because nowadays women were seen in a powerful figure in our country. who exposed to many fields many fields in our country, sir.
Yes, you are a MS student, am I right?
Yes, sir.
Daisy,
Yes, sir.
you are a MS student.
Yes, sir.
So are you comfortable with Tamil?
Yes, sir. I'm very comfortable.
Very good. Okay. இந்த பேட்ரியார்கிசம் இன்னமும் நம்ம சொசைட்டில இருக்கா? இது என்ன ஃபாலோ பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்களா? அதை தான் நான் உன்கிட்ட கேட்டேன்.
அப்படி இல்லை சார், இன்னும் ஃபாலோ பண்றாங்கன்னு சொல்ல முடியாது சார். ஆனா அந்த பெர்ஸ்பெக்டிவ் வந்து இன்னும் இருக்கு சார்.
இன்னும் இருக்கு. Okay, very nice presentation, my dear girl. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations.
Up next, we have Kaushambi Dixit from New Delhi.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
You're audible.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. The topic of my paper is the representation of medieval Europe through the fabulous The Chronicles of Narnia. Literary representations are highly crucial while decoding a literary text, analyzing the deeper meanings which are hidden in between the sentences of a text, as it tells a lot about the time or era the literary piece was written in, along with the influences that had captivated the mind of the author. This paper is based on the review of existing studies that deal with the representation of medieval Europe, as is evident in C.S. Lewis' popular series of novels, The Chronicles of Narnia, by exploring the medieval elements or characters that are present in the story itself. It is understood that the author has incorporated several characters of various beasts which have significant meanings and interpretations if the medieval period is taken into consideration. The inclusion of the beasts and their special reference to the medieval period makes the novel a bestiary, which is referred to as a collection of animal stories. This paper is also focused on exploring the medieval genres which are present in the story, such as the marvelous genre as well as the Christian allegory. This study examines the various elements which are proof that the novel is a representation of medieval Europe. The medieval period of Europe was highly influenced by the Christian or biblical elements, which is also evident in the writings of the authors of that era. The major hint towards the presence of biblical elements are the portrayal of beast-like figures in the text, which have crucial roles in the development of the narratives. In order to understand the significance of certain beast figures of Christian symbols and what it meant in a certain era, it is crucial to study the literary texts that were developed in that period. The images of characters are important to be explored through critical analysis to understand their significance to the said period and the respective writers. Thus, this paper has critically examined the existing set of studies that are relevant to the present topic in order to explore the medieval elements in the novel series of C.S. Lewis, The Chronicles of Narnia, to understand the representation of the medieval period in Europe and what it tells the future authors about the same. The notion of representation is highly crucial to any given field of study, as it tells us about the time in which the content has been set. According to Stuart Hall, in his essay titled The Work of Representation 1997, there is a firm bond that is shared by representations and the structure that it represents. Representation involves knowing how vocabulary and processes of information production function together to create and propagate meanings. According to Hall, we attribute things sense by how we portray them. When they are assimilated by some, cultural representation contribute to the creation of the pictures that individuals themselves have. Cultural representations are integrated into structures and guide policies and activities. It is highly crucial to understand that the role of representation is the most critical in the field of literature, as literature has been believed to have a deep impact on the minds of its readers, and it also has the power to influence and reform the social structures. The paper in question is aimed to unravel the medieval representation that are believed to be influenced by the elements of Christianity and the Bible. As representation tells a lot about the time a work is placed in, the study aims to understand the various elements that are incorporated into making the Chronicles of Narnia a fantasy work set in medieval Europe. The symbolisms are not only incorporated in a work for aesthetic purposes, but signify deep and meaningful thoughts and structures that inform the readers about the motives of the writer and the narrative that they are writing about. Symbolic representations are crucial as they not only carry literal meanings but also carry symbolic meanings which can be interpreted in various ways and are open to the interpretation by the readers. Symbolic representations are a major source of representation in C.S. Lewis' The Chronicles of Narnia, which are based on the medieval symbols of beasts and fantasy characters and imaginary places. In his study, The Christian Elements in the Chronicles of Narnia, The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe 2019, Yumi Zhu explores the mythological elements that are present in C.S. Lewis' The Chronicles of Narnia in 1950. Zhu mainly sets to discover the Christian elements that are present in the novel and the significance of such elements. Lewis was one of them, profoundly impacted by Christian culture, and he was considered an unauthorized Christian spokesman. His Christian belief was committed much of his time. According to Zhu, much of Lewis' works were hugely influenced and impacted by Christianity and many such biblical features. The first motive that is vivid in the story is the archetype of the place of Narnia, Eden. The Garden of Eden narrative has been gathering in the memories of the people for many years. Therefore, in his depiction of Narnia in his book, it is reasonable that Lewis emulate the Garden of Eden, and Narnia's archetype is the Garden of Eden. Firstly, the creation of Narnia was greatly similar to that of Eden. The governor of the universe is the creator whose soul is on the surface of the ocean. Under God's command, the entire universe was created. Day and night, sky and land, seas and rivers, and any form of plant and animal. All of it existed in both light and dark. Editor Stoic Maximic, in his work Circe, Lamia, or Erinya, The Image of the Witch in the Chronicles of Narnia by C.S. Lewis, 2016, explores the representation of various myths and legends in the Chronicles of Narnia, where he also points out the origin of such myths and their meanings. The Chronicles of Narnia is marked by a blend of diverse factors. Lewis wrote willingly on his sources of inspiration, in particular the children's letters and articles. In the Narnian series, there are first and foremost motives from Christianity and the Bible. Those readers who learned of the Chronicles of Narnia as a Christian fantasy literature found surprises with the entire entourage of Mendes and Silenus on the donkey of their planet, the fauns, Cedrus, and centaurs, the mythological beings such as Pomona and Bacchus. Lewis believes in the mysterious illusion of the sacred reality cast upon the human mind as a result from the most significant myths of tradition, says Downing. In addition to the Greek and Roman mythological characteristics, which are usually characterized as the good, there are Arabic mythological elements including geniuses, Ifritis, and goblins, characterized
Sorry to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt. We are running out of time. Can you please sum up?
Yes, ma'am. So looking into the, I'll just straight away to go to the conclusion. The Chronicles of Narnia is a classical piece of legendary literature where children are reading unusual and exciting tales, are deciphering the secrets of society, stories, and myths from their journey. His immense effect on the Western literature can be imagined as a historical work shaping the society and everyday life of the Western world, nourishing the old scriptures and presentation of traditional mythical archetypes. The appeal of Chronicles of Narnia in the story of the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, the setting, actors, and symbols which are present in the narrative are all biblical. The emphasis on Christianity was unusually strong on the field of English literature, where the latter was also highly influenced by the Holy Bible and its Christian elements. The Chronicles of Narnia can be considered the ambitious fairy tale version of the Holy Bible, as C.S. Lewis was named the unofficial spoken and individual for Christianity. There are certain elements that prove that the series of tales is influenced by the elements of medieval Europe, including the portrayal of beasts, due to which the series of novels can also be termed as a bestiary. One of the most important and significant beasts that is represented in the tale is the lion. However, it could be found in the bestiary the reaction to the question why Lewis picked lion as its representative of the god. The lion, which stands on the hill underneath heaven's metaphorical realm, was the first beast of the bestiary, and the bestiary calls it the savior. Aslan,
Koshambi?
yes, sir.
Okay. Please stop here. I just want to know further. Please explain me. What is the necessity of producing the novel like Chronicles of Narnia, the time of the medieval European period or medieval English period?
Yes, sir.
What made the novelist to present the characters, the legendary characters of the Bible, the theme, it was taken from Bible. All these things was expounded in that novel.
Yes, sir.
So,
Sir, according
what is
to
the necessity?
yes, sir. Sir, the observation that I have come across.
The novelist,
Yes.
what does the novelist try to expound or explicate?
So what Nobles has tried to extricate is to kind of reintroduce the teachings of the Holy Book in the children once again through all these stories and all the settings of the novels. That has what exactly kind of inducted me to write this paper.
So
Because
what a phenomena made the novelist to write this novel like Chronicles of Narnia?
So the phenomena that was given by C.S. Lewis was, like I've already said, that he wanted people like kids basically to, because all the
Mr. Kaushambi,
yes, sir.
what was going on during the time of the medieval time in England and the European countries? Okay, there was a heavy change, very hectic change that we saw in the story of medieval England and the medieval Europe period. Okay, okay. That was the backgrounds for writing the book. Okay.
So your voice is not audible right now.
The things what had been happening in and around of England and Europe, that were the basis for the novelists to write. Only because of there was a change in the Christianity, the principles, the system followed and everything that occurred during that time. That all things made the novelist to present the biblical characters, the biblical stories, and everything. Okay? Okay, Kaushambi?
Yes, sir.
Am I clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for your good presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Okay. Now I'd like to call upon the next presenter, Lubna Olaseri.
Hello.
Hello,
Good
Lubna.
afternoon.
Am I
Lubna?
audible?
Good afternoon, Lubna. You are audible. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now you present your paper.
Okay. The title of my paper is Anne Sexton's Experiences of Being a Woman in Her Poetry. Here I would like to attempt to throw light on Anne Sexton's experiences of a woman. She has disclosed her struggle with mental illness through her work. She is one of the important American confessional poets. Sexton's courage to use her own life as subject matter allows the reader to examine the journey of female discovery and search for womanhood. Anne Sexton has made the experiences of being a woman a central issue in her poetry. Anne Sexton reveals many important social issues in her poetic works. She knew that her readers would understand her feelings and emotions, would be able to use her experiences in their life. In her poems, In Celebration of My Uterus, Menstruation at 40, The Ballad of Masturbator, Abortion, she not only depicts female body as a source of celebration, but also a bearer of pain, a natural shell for complex emotions and desires. She also helped to understand the nature of writing of the contemporary poetess, her philosophic ideas, her worldview, and to find the so-called touch with reality. In her poem, In Celebration of My Uterus, Sexton's speech is controversial. When speaking of a proposed operation to remove uterus, here Sexton does not directly explore conflicting emotions of such a major surgery. She doesn't dwell on psychological effects of the experience. She is talking about many women, about a nation. The next, her poem, Menstruation at 40, seems to have multiple interpretations. It could be that by getting her period, it is a constant reminder that another chance to have children is gone, and she is thinking about she is now too old and to have, or it could be that menstruation makes her think of a miscarriage. In the poem, she highlights the contradiction that there is a female desire and social conventions with the pains of motherhood still be a taboo issue to discuss openly at the time. The autobiographical elements of this poem are obvious. Let me quote, I myself will die without baptism. A third daughter, they didn't bother. My death will come to my name day. According to Sexton, menstruation is a red disease which comes year after year in order to fulfill its call of procreation. The next to her poem, Abortion, tries to discuss one of the most important and at the same time controversial issues, the issue on the right to abortion. This poem has already been discussed by a number of critics. In order to comment on the negative side of abortion, she uses the abrupt language. One of the lines in this poem is repeated several times. Somebody who should have been born is gone. And as a woman who once had to make a decision on abortion, now shares her experience, her feelings and emotions with others. The readers can feel her changing mood, her anxieties, and her fears. The major goal of the author is to make readers ponder over the process of abortion. She wants readers to know how she felt in that situation. The author uses description of nature in order to show her feelings. The next poem, The Ballad of the Masturbator, is a confessional poem in which Sexton explores her intimate feelings about masturbation during a post-breakup era in her life. Speaker's pleasures are not tied to those of the man who are left her, referring to her body in third person. Finger to finger, now she is mine. She is no too far. She is my encounter. I beat her like a bell. At night alone, I marry the bird. Here, the other woman in this poem is also a strong figure. This poem is a brave explicit of female sexuality. Through these poems, we see that women have a voice. Sexton's voice and poetry is a mixture of honesty and pain. She has her own persona in her poems. She has used her life, feelings, body, and poetic voice to strike against oppression. Thank you.
Okay, Lubna. The poems that you all have selected for whether they are supporting women's sufferings or
Yes.
support women's sufferings?
Her
Okay.
own sufferings. She has explored her own feelings and emotions.
Emotion. That is enough. I think at the present day, women are praised for their external appearances, not for what they are internally suffering, either mentally and physically. You know.
Yes.
That is the main idea of your paper. Am I right?
Yes. Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. See, or accepting as a presenter or as a common woman, or accepting this one as a true one.
Yes. Inner feelings and thoughts. So she is expressing her inner thoughts, feelings, emotions through her poetry, thereby getting relief.
Even the exploitation of women that were present in the modern countries, those the countries, well-developed countries. Do you agree with me? Still, the women are suffering much. Their agony is very much. Are you agree? Are you agreeing?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Lubna. Very nice presentation. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Priyadarshini, you can go ahead.
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Ankashila Priyadarshini, Assistant Professor in English, Gunsaha College of Arts and Science for Women, Kathanpalam, Krishnagiri. As already ma'am, Satya ma'am and Mahalakshmi ma'am have been discussed about Anita Nair's Ladies Coupe, I would like to throw a light in a different perspective, that is study on the prototype of women's responsibility in a multicultural society. Now, Lady Coupe is one of the best and highly appreciated novels by the most lovers of literature as well as the other learners. It narrates the flashback of the protagonist Akila when she happens to meet her fellow passengers on the train on an occasion. Now, we are going to see women's role in all perspectives. First, in about a nation, women play a significant role in the growth and progress of the nation as well as universe. Especially India is a multicultural society, as we are very familiar with it. It is the best example for its multicultural society. Harmony in variety is the beauty of our nation. Especially Indian society has been multicultural, multi-religious, multiracial, multi-ethnic, and multilinguistics from time immemorial. Therefore, it is the biggest challenge for the women to cope up with all the situations of their country. Now, if we look at women's role in India, the tradition and culture of women's lifestyle or India are entirely different when we compare with the other nation. Now, first, traditional women versus modern women. Traditional women have proved that they were more skillful and efficient in many professions comparing with the men. At present, they have broken all the barriers of the way. If we compare the present scenario of women in ancient times, we can 100% assure that there is a drastic progress with the help of women. Now, if we see the role of women in scripture, when God has created, that we see in book of Genesis, he has given equality comparing with the men and women. When we look at literature, I quoted here the two examples, that is Jane Austen's Emma, where Emma is compared as a independent and powerful woman, and Charlotte Bronte's Jane Eyre, she is highly intelligent and very strong woman. Now let us walk in the journey of the novel. As we are very familiar with the novel, that is Anita Nair's Ladies Coupe, now we shall see the perspective of the novel, where Akila, the protagonist, happened to meet all the 5 passages, that Janaki, Margaret Shanti, Prabhadevi, Sheila and Marikolandu. Janaki, the oldest of the 6 women in the coupe, grows up a traditional family, being groomed into an obedient daughter, a loyal wife, and a sacrificial mother too. When we look at Margaret Shanti is another example of how women are more responsible than men. Margaret is a chemistry teacher, and her husband Ebenezer Paulraj is a master. But she is able to cope up with the situation as a loyal wife to her husband. When we look at Prabhadevi, she is an accomplished woman who is suppliant and womanly. She wished to be a good wife, good daughter-in-law, and good mother, and becomes a dedicated woman of her family. Prabhadevi learns to strike a balance between being what she wants to be and what she is expected to be in her life. When we look at Sheila, Sheila is the youngest of the six in her family, and she is a 14 years old girl. She can pursue things what others cannot. Here it shows her unique nature. And she's so intelligent too, and she's an icon for her self-confidence and wisdom. Now, when we look at Marikolundu, the most heartrending tale is that of Marikolundu, that is a 31 years old woman, unwed mother. When we wed, we are husband, but she is without husband, and she has a child called victim of a man's lust. Then her poverty forced her to violate the traditional and social norms of a society. Here we can quote about the culture. Now, when all these encounters over by Akila, they come to know that at the age of 45, Akila was unmarried. They express different views about women's life. That is that we can face in the present society also. When the woman is left alone without marriage, everyone questions the same thing happened to Akila. That is why the narrator uses the flashback represent Akila's role. When we look at Akila's role, she is the daughter, sister, aunt, and breadwinner, and provider of the whole family, where she is taking care of the family. Now the travel makes her the turning point in her life. Now here I would like to from Simon de Beauvoir, what she defines about marriage. The marriage is nothing but the destiny that society traditionally offers women is marriage. Now here she breaks this quotation that she is unmarried. Hence she has come to the conclusion that a woman can live without a man if she is self-reliant and empowered with the skill of living. One thing then, Nai's work, that is Anita Nai's work, eventually expresses of the new enlightened woman by the end of the novel, ready to face the world on her terms and create identity, and subverts the one given to her by society as a responsible woman from birth to death. Such an image, however, only rests as an outline of independence the novel transmits without ever affording women any occasion to precisely generate the sense of prototype, that is role of responsibility, rely on her own. To conclude, the roles and responsibilities women ought to be respected and not to be neglected because they have the power to handle all the situations with a perfect skill, as she is so polite, gentle, and serene in nature. She is ornamented with the highest quality of motherly concern and sacrificial love. Moreover, she helps not only for her family as well as for the society. So thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you all.
Okay, okay, madam. Then one question here. In your paper, you mentioned about the multiculturalism.
Yeah.
How do you connect the multiculturalism with the things that are happening in this novel?
Sir,
in what way you are connected?
Sir, in the novel, if you see, Akil happens to meet all the 5 women. There are from different place. Usually when we travel, we happen to meet the different people in a bus or a train as well. So similarly,
okay, people are different. Yeah. So what does a multiculturalism mean?
India is known for multicultural, sir. So as stories, as I have taken the story from Indian writing, yeah.
Can it define?
Yes, sir. We follow different culture in different religion, food, clothes.
So my question is, does one culture affect the other culture in India?
No, sir. No, sir. India is known for unity and diversity, so never it won't be.
Okay, the difference between the cross culture and what about the cross culture?
Cross culture means if North Indians live in South India and follow the culture, we can have it as a.
So okay, thank you, madam. Thank you, madam. Yes, very nice presentation. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so now we'll move on to the next presenter. Paltati Gautami, Assistant Professor English, Madhya Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh. Sorry. Ma'am, are you there? Is Paltati Gautami present? Okay, so I think we'll move on to the next presenter. Dr.K. Tyagarajan, Associate Professor and Head Department of English, Tyagaraja College, Chennai. Okay, I think we'll move on to the next presenter. R. Priyadarshini, Student National College.
Yes, ma'am.
So you can go ahead with your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm R. Priyadarshini from National College. My topic is the topic that I'm chosen is marginality in literature, which deals about the social, cultural, political, and economic status of lower class people and their sufferings due to it. Marginality in literature reflects how the lower class people struggle for their rights in a literary form. The term marginality mentions the minority and people of a poor background. Some of the people belonging to the marginal section are LGBT, senior citizens, racial or cultural minorities, gifted and talented persons, persons living in poverty, etc. Now the lower class people are the in the past the lower class people were not given a good education. They were treated as untouchables, but now after long fight against discrimination, people are able to bring in the changes which are now existing. Even great people like Gandhiji faced racial discrimination. Once when he was traveling in the train, he was thrown away from the train along with his luggage when a white man was not able to tolerate that a colored person was traveling along with him. Even when legends face such problems, when we are common people who face this kind of discrimination daily. For this, I would like to say about one of the novels, famous novels, Coolie, written by Mulkraj Anand. Um, in that, we can see the story is about a poor 14-year-old boy whose parents are dead, and due to their deaths, he had to leave his hometown to earn his living on his own. He worked in Babu Natharam's house, and his wife continuously bet him and cursed him even for the smallest mistakes he had did. He was not allowed to play with their kids, and because of he is a lower class person, just because he was from a lower class, he was ill-treated all the time. He was not even given a good job in Daulatpur. In Bombay, he had to work for long hours. He had to go undergo this drudgery daily. After big quarrel in Bombay, Monu comes to know about the police shooting. The people, still it was happening. So he runs, and in the Malabar Hills, he slips and falls down. He met with an accident with Mrs. Min Morning, the lady who takes him to Shimla after finding that he's not dead. But there also, as he's a poor class, Mrs. Mainwaring ill-treats him, and she also physically abuses him. So from this, coolly we can conclude that this shows how a person from a poor class is used and thrown away by the society. As a conclusion, I would like to say that according to me, people of all caste, race, religion, etc., should be given equal rights without any discrimination. This will lead to a healthier society. This will help improve society and its people. These caste-based systems were brought to the society by the people and not by God. So we have to lead a life that will lead to the upliftment of people in a society and not the downfall. That's what I wish to say, ma'am. Thank you for the wonderful opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Bodhi. Thank you, very nice presentation. Thank you, Michael. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So we'll move on to the next presenter, M. Asha, Assistant Professor, Setu Institute of Technology. M. Asha. So I think we'll go to the next presenter. Geetanjali K, Research Scholar, Department of English, Sri VASAVI College.
Hello. Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
You are audible, Geetanjali, you are audible.
Shall I go ahead,
Please,
sir?
you go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So good afternoon to respected professors, research scholars, and the student audience. So in this paper, I have taken the proficient author Anuradha Roy and her most promising work for Indian English literature, The Folded Earth. Anuradha Roy weaves an evocative and deeply moving tale of a young woman, Maya, who is the speaker of the novel actually. This novel setup is all around the hill station Ranikat, a remote place in Uttarakhand, North India. This work involves in 1 year and 4 seasons actually, and but it says a lot of things about religion. It talks about the customs and the relationships and environmental calamity, salvation, life of indigenous people in Ranikat, adaptation of human to nature, evolutionary ecology, which is an interaction between human and the nature, or we can say it as human to the physical environment. And also it has eco-psychological aspects, and the revival of life also happens through the characters of Anuradha Roy. So my research follows the character Maya, the protagonist of the book. Maya is actually a Hindu girl basically, and she decided to marry to a young Christian man who's named Michael. Anuradha Roy portrays the minds of modern age, which broke the customs of marrying, considering the caste, religion, and other equivalent status. They moved only with love and hope and nothing else. But after 6 years of happy marriage life, Michael's passion for mountaineering, he is a trekking person, he loves to go for a trek. So he was doing while he was in mountaineering. He unfortunately he struck with the hyper reality of nature. That is, he met with an accident, and it brought misfortune to both of them. That is to Michael as well as Maya. Michael did, and Maya was in the place called Hyderabad, a small town. After Maya lost her beloved, she was completely devastated. She was badly in need of mental and a physical shift to escape from the memories haunted in her mind all the time. She was not able to forget the memories that she had with Michael. So after a few days, she reached Ranikat, a hill station in Uttarakhand. It is almost near Himalayas, in the foothills of Himalaya. So when she shifted to that place, she stepped into the place called Ranikat, a small village. Maya caught with an amazing beauty of hill, fresh breeze, and lifestyle of indigenous people. That is the Ranikat. We can call them tribes too, because those people are belong to the hill station. So after that, she started to observe, and she evolved with the mental clarity. Like, she understood the reality of life. Then she met the person called Diwan Sahib, who is naturalist and ecologist, trying hard to preserve a forest and the places around the jungle. He was very particular to preserve species and the whole environment for future. Maya's simple life in DrKK and the relationship with the indigenous people helped her to come out from disastrous past and made her to find better version of herself. After the inclusion of herself with nature gave her no disappointment but happiness and redemption. After the understanding of this, I titled this paper as an inclusion of self with nature and the psychological aspect of the protagonist Maya. So I conclude with Davis' insights, which says reconnection of human and nature is healing for both. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, madam. Very nice to hear your deliberates.
Thank you so much, sir.
And only one question.
Yeah, okay, sir.
I think in a single sentence, you tell the idea, the main idea of your paper.
The main idea, what I thought is actually my perspective was she had a bad life, which means she lost her beloved and she was totally devastated. She was hopeless because she came out of her parents and married to this person. So she completely had no touch with parents or any other people.
No, madam. I'll tell in a sentence. Okay. Just Maya compensated her mind, injured mind. Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
Injured mind with the help of developing the flora and fauna. Okay.
Yes.
That is the main idea.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Very nice.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Geetanjali. So we have the next presenter, Ms. M. Sushmita Devi from Velu. Ms. M. Sushmita Devi, are you there? Okay, we shall move on to the next presenter, who is Ms. S. Mary Sherrill from Erode. Ms. S. Mary Sherrill.
Hello, good afternoon, ma'am. Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. You could proceed.
Yeah. Okay, good afternoon, sir. Hello.
Cheryl. Good afternoon,
Yes, sir.
Cheryl.
Okay, sir. So, good afternoon to everyone. I'm going to present my paper on the topic Psychoanalytic Perspective in Margaret Dickinson Tangled Threads. So here, even the topic tangled threads, psychoanalytic perspective in tangled threads. The tangled threads always gives you the clear meaning that the author has dealt something with the tangled threads topic because she has removed all the knots in the end. So she has mentioned it in the topic that tangled threads. Here I have focused on my major thing is that focusing on the character or the protagonist of this novel, Tangled Threads, Margaret Dickinson has taken us into a different aspect that even women can support her family without the support of men, or even women can do the work which can be done by men. Here, she has given us a clear view that, or a kaleidoscopic view that, a particular society, all particular norms that prevails in the society doesn't allow women to do the work which men can do. And it says that women should be inside the house, inside the kitchen. She should not come out of the home. She should do all the household works. She can't do anything that the men could do. She can't come out of the house and give a voice out. These are the things which have been prevailing in the it is happening even now in few parts of the country. In every country, in few parts, we can see that still these norms have been followed. Here, Margaret Dickinson has broke all those things, and she has mentioned that women can do anything if she keeps her determination that she wants to succeed in her life. So through her protagonist, she has brought out all those things inside the character, that women are always capable and they are able to do everything if they keep their mind as very strong. The protagonist who loses her father in a very accidental way, she feels very bad. What she will do next? That was a question in front of her. Though she has an elder brother, he was not at all ready to take the responsibility. So the question marks comes over there. What this family will do in the absence of their main person who earned the daily bread for their family. So Margaret Dickinson pushed her character called Evelyn, or the protagonist, by giving a positive strength that she takes the responsibility of the family instead of her brother. And her brother was also not ready to take the responsibility because he was pampered too much by her mother. The racial discrimination or the gender discrimination begins at home because the mom usually gives more care to her first son than to the daughter in this novel. She cares a lot for Jimmy, the brother of protagonist, and she doesn't give much care towards Evelyn. So this shows that Evelyn is being treated just like a child who, like a typical village girl, where she should follow only the footsteps of her mother as per she asked her to be. Later, after the taking responsibility, Evelyn had no idea what she will do next because from an annoying girl or a naughty girl, she's turning out to be a strong woman who has to take the responsibility of the family. She does all the work what she could do to help her family, to support her family to cross all the hurdles. Later, what happens means she came to know that men are given more pay than women. So she disguised herself like a brother, like her brother Jimmy, and she goes to the job. In night, they feel like that this person doesn't look like a male. He doesn't have any male what to say, that expression or attitude, nothing. They always feel that she is this person is not a male, always does something like a female, but she can't show it because she is a female inside, and she has disguised herself like a male to support her family. And that raises a question. Margaret Dickinson points out that why men are paid more than women? What is the reason? Is it because only man can do the work? Only his work could be satisfied? Only he can do such a work? Why not women? Isn't she able to do such work? Why? Whether you are not satisfied with her work or whether she is not able or capable to do that work. The question is given over there by the author, whether the society deals with, whether the society has given such an expiry date for women that she is not allowed to do such work. She cannot do such work. She cannot carry out such work. She is a weaker sex. She's a weaker gender. The next step is that Evelyn, the protagonist, she goes to work along with other gens. First, it was not allowed over there in that particular area. It is a main thing that the women shouldn't come out of their home. They should be always inside the home, and they should not raise their voice against anything. Whatever is said, they should be followed. They should follow it. And Evelyn goes out boldly and she says that I have to support my family, so I have to join the work. First, she asked for the suggestion, and later on, she didn't wait for the suggestion. She just got inside. She started her working. For 2-3 days, the people who were working along with her were seeing her like a stranger. They were they were staring at her. But later on, as 2-3 days goes on, they understood, okay, fine, why not her? She can also do the work.
Excuse me, speaker. Sorry for the interruption. Could you please summarize?
Okay, ma'am. So this is what Margaret Dickinson says, that yes, women can also do the work of men. She is also capable. Her strong determination will make her to do everything. And the psychoanalytic perspective goes for that. The psychoanalytic feminist explains women's oppression. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Just in a sentence, tell what does the novelist try to say?
It says that concept of feminism was defined with the concern of gender equality and the promotion of equal rights for men and women.
In any other way can I express?
This novel, or through this, it has been conveyed that.
No, Cheryl, I'll tell you. Women can live without the support of men. Am I
Yes,
right?
sir. Yeah, of course.
That is the main idea in the novel. Okay. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Sharon. Thank you, Sharon. Very good
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
presentation. Okay, thank you.
So the next presenter is S. Sudhakar. Mr. S. Sudhakaran from Rasipuram.
Good afternoon, madam. Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can proceed.
Yeah, I am Sudhakaran. I am going to present my topic is portraying human emotions in Nicholas Sparks' novel At First Sight. The term contemporary literature, according to the West, who applies to the literature written after World War II, contemporary literature produced during the last 21 years and so on, because a generation normally means 30 years to 33 years. If it has to be contemporary, it should be a well within that half to which one belongs to. Hence, it should be the literature produced from 2002 to 2021. Contemporary literature, as the West believes, ironically reflects on society's political, social, and individuals' opinions and criticism. It reflects the recent trends in life, culture, style, and etc. These things often change, and so the flow of contemporary literature is fluid. It affects the other media, namely theater, movie, song, art, dance, music, and the other performing arts. Contemporary literature reveals the writer's perspective sometimes. Clinical human psychoanalysis, even overcome by others. In this paper, I am going to portray human emotions, particularly love, tragedy, new beginning. Most of the author's novel reflects only love. Everyone know love is a universal acceptance one. Is an American writer, contemporary writer. He deals the love and the regain. In this novel, continuing the story of a young couple introduced in Sparks' best-selling True Believer, this novel captures all the heartbreak, tension, romance, and surprise of those who are newlywed. An astonishing tale about the love between a man and a woman and between a parent and a child. At first sight is about ending that bring new beginnings, tragedies that lead to unexpected joy, and most of all the magic of everlasting love. I'm going to tell you the gist of the novel. At first sight, tell the story of two adults struggling to overcome some of the tough outcomes that came along with the mistake. Yes, sir.
Mr. Sudhakar, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please, you summarize in a nutshell what do you want to try to say?
Yeah, I'm saying is Nicholas Sparks is portraying human emotions. Most of in the present society and from the beginning also, love is a big problem in the society. And the adults and most of the adults doesn't understand what they are doing, they couldn't understand the meaning of real love. I think this author is dealing the love means he is going to explain what is love and how to regain the love. I think it's a social messaging, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sudhakar. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Ms. S. Abhirami?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. You could go ahead.
Ma'am, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Abhirami from Holy Cross College. My topic is struggle between change and tradition in Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart. Chinua Achebe is a famous post-colonial writer. Generally, post-colonialism is considered as the depiction of colonialism, racialism, and valorization of cultural identity. Post-colonial works mainly talks about the decolonization of a country and cultural identity. Chinua Achebe is considered as one of the Africa's most influential writer. In this paper, I'm gonna to deal with the theme of change and tradition in Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart. People firmly believes tradition kept them in touch with their foreigners. The Umofia clan has number of traditions and it is passed orally from generations to generations. The traditional Igbo community is a well-organized community. People in that community respects God and they strictly follow their traditional practices. Wokenkua, the protagonist, is considered as the protector of Igbo tradition. He fights for the cooperation of the community and make the community as a peaceful community. Wokenkua is a brave, fearless, and highly respected man in his clan. Once Wokenkua's daughter Ezima is suffered from malaria, they used traditional herbal recipe as a medicine. Even though the disease was big, they followed the traditional method. Kola nut and palm wine plays a major role. This shows even in food they followed the traditional method. Every aspect of their life is defined by tradition. And the other important theme was change. From Oberika, Okonkwo learns about the arrival of white people. And the white people slowly started to massacre the whole village for the revenge of killing the white man. The white people starts to convert the traditional Igbo people into Christianity. Noi, the son of Okonkwo, felt that the religion had something to offer them. The spread of Christianity threatens the people of the land, and this threats leads to the establishment of courts and the white man's rule of law and order. Okonkwo was unable to adapt the change. His refusal to change is something contrasted with his society's willingness to change. There is a gap between individual and group, and the colonizers brilliantly uses that gap to convert the traditional Igbo people into Christianity. The traditional belief and the custom that provides order for Igbo community was completely contrasted by the Christian ideal of freedom. This leads to the loss of cultural identity as well as individual identity crisis. In this paper, mainly focus on the struggle between culture, family, and religion of Igbo tribes. This shows how the things are falling apart. Okonkwo not only lost his tribe, his family, and his religion, but also he lost himself along the way. The colonizers are the one who ruins not only their minds, but also their lives, cultural identity, and religious beliefs. Even the strongest and the loyalist clan member, Okonkwo, commits suicide at the end, which is believed as an offense against their traditional practices. From these things, we came to know that Omofia clan people failed to protect their cultural identity, and this leads to their identity crisis in their own clan. This shows the struggle between change and tradition, which was faced by the traditional Igbo people in Things Fall Apart. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, Ms. Abhirami, a very nice presentation. Then, please tell me the answer for the question. Whether the novelist supports the colonization or not.
So this novel comes under post-colonial period, sir, and people suffer.
I know. This is a post-colonial novel. I know pretty well. I want to know whether the novelist is supporting the colonization or not. That's a question.
No, sir. He is not supporting the colonizer, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the next presenter will be Ms. Mahanta from Tiruchirappalli.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
My presentation is based on analysis of Orinoco by Afra Ben through sublatin literature. Sublatin literature reflects various themes such as oppression, gender discrimination, subjugation of lower and working class, disregarded women, neglected section of society. Orinoco by Afra Ben is an important novel because it played a vital role in development of novel genre in English. It is also an autobiographical work because Afra Ben expressed her own experience in this novel. As of this novel is a first-person narrative. My presentation is that though the sublatin literature is based on the oppression, gender discrimination, subjugation of lower class, all this concept comes under Orinoco by Afra Ben. So this is well This could be a well and good example which can be taken for to reflect subletting literature. To support this point, first thing is it's an autobiographical thing. In subletting literature, the oppressed or the person who been affected, the victim people should narrate the story, or this should be the narration should be on their basis. So as we come to this Orinoco by Afra Ben, this totally focuses on narration. Like the first person is narrating the story. Secondly, Orinoco is the main protagonist of this novel. He's from Africa. He's an African king, but for a certain situation, he had been transferred to British in British hand as a slave. His own grandfather who sold him to the British people as a slave. So the racism plays a vital role, because when Orinoco, the African king, shifts to the British hand, even his name has been changed. Like his name from Orinoco to Caesar. This shows how they are from the root. They are just taking out their identity. Second, the woman plays a vital role. Like Orinoco's wife, she at the end of the story, like I don't want to summarize the story, so I just want to take the points. In the end of the story, Orinoco and his wife cannot be relieved from a slave life, so they decide to die.
Mahanta,
Yes, sir.
sorry for the interruption.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Please, in actual, you say,
yes, sir.
What is your findings? What do you want to say? What is your conclusion?
So I want to say that it is an important novel because it changed the novel's genre. Not only that, this can be taken as a best example for subletting literature. The story completely opts for subletting literature.
Question,
yes, sir.
Okay, only one question to you, Mahanta.
Yes, sir.
See, who established this theory, subalternism? Who started this theory, the subalternism?
Sorry, sir, I didn't refer that.
Okay, in the next
I
class,
just read the concept, but I didn't refer the coin person.
Okay, say in the next class, comment. Okay, thank you for your nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you. So the next participant, next presenter will be Ms. Akshara from Trichy.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to discuss F. Scott Fitzgerald's novel, The Great Gatsby. So, born in 1896 and educated at Yale University, he was a moderately successful novelist and short story writer. And by his time, third and the most memorable work, that is The Great Gatsby, was written. It came out in 1925 and its reception was lukewarm. By the time he died in 1940, the book had only a few thousand copies in print. But today it tops the bestsellers list, almost a century of its first publication. Actually, it was well received only after the Second World War. It was well received only after Second World War by critics as well as the general readers. And there are quite a few film adaptations for this novel as well. And some of them very successful, like our starred by Leonardo DiCaprio. Okay, the plot line is not very extraordinary. Jay Gatsby, the protagonist, is neo-rich.
Akshara,
Sir?
You just tell. What is your argument and what is your finding?
Okay, sir. This was written in the jazz. This was written in the 1920s, which was the jazz age as. So actually, even in that era, the class differences, which was very much prevalent, is also seen in this novel, because there is the blue-blooded and rich Tom Buchanan, the blue-blooded and not rich Nick Carraway, and a highborn, not the highborn person, but rich Gatsby, and not a highborn person nor a rich person, which is Mr. Wilson, who is a garage owner. So what I would like to say is here the Gatsby, the protagonist, has actually amassed huge wealth and of some dubious distinctions. But even after amassing so much wealth, he's not able to erase his past. And he's also not able to get the hands of Daisy, an upper class girl. So this is actually another part of class distinction. She loves Daisy loves Gatsby, but she's not able to go with him by leaving Tom Buchanan, who is a traditionally rich person. So what I would like to say is what he did not understand is money could not buy class or love, and so that was his tragedy. A hero need not be a king or a nobleman for being a tragic hero in the modern days, because it was actually his not being able to understand that money cannot buy class or love. That is what my findings are. That makes him a tragic hero. And thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Very nice. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The next presenter is Mr. M. Manjuria from Erode.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, ma'am. Is it audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You can continue.
Shall I?
Manjuria, good afternoon. Very good afternoon. You are audible. Please, Bill.
Thank you, sir. My topic is the marginality in literature through Mahashweta Devi's Rudali. Rudali is one among Mahashweta Devi's short stories. The main aim of this paper is to discuss the concern of the marginalized sections of Indian society through the short story Rudali. Marginalized communities are communities restricted to the lower or minor circumference of the society. Those community people are restricted in economic, political, cultural, and social activities due to their living conditions, lifestyles, or exclusion. The term marginality is generally applied to understand and analyze the socio-cultural, political, and economic spheres where neglected people struggle to gain equal participation in social life. The race in Africa, Australia, USA, and caste system in India complicate the identities of the marginalized along lines of gender, class, and family structure. Mahashweta Devi was an activist and also a writer in India. She was actively working with tribal in some Indian states. She fought for their basic rights, helped them unite, and wrote many novels and short stories about their life. She has received many awards for her literary works like novels, short stories, and also for her social works for tribal community. In reference to the article, Uncycling the Tribal Women in Indian English Literature, Dreams and Visions, it is mentioned that in an interview with Gayatri Chakravarti Spivak, Mahashweta Devi explains the reason she thought of writing about tribal history. Mahashweta Devi said, once a tribal girl asked me, when we go to school, we read about Mahatma Gandhi. Did we have no heroes? Did we always suffer like this? This is the reason she wrote about the tribal movements and the tribal heroes. Rudali, this title is a reference of a custom in certain areas of Rajasthan where women of a lower caste are hired as professional mourners upon the death of upper caste males. These women are called as Rudali, means female weeper or weeping women. Rudali are women of a low caste in North Indian. They perform mourning dances and songs at the funerals of higher caste men. It is the landlords who get all the luxuries of life when ones who work in their field are left starve. They treat death as another occasion to exhibit their prosperity and authority. On the other side, for poor, death is difficult than life. The communal system oppresses them throughout their life, preys on the death. Rudali is the story described about the life of a poor and low-caste village woman who is twice marginalized. It is the Tahad village, the two communities, Ganjus and Dushantas, are popular. Sanichari, the protagonist, is a spokeswoman communication of the gendered subaltern. She is treated as an untouchable in that village. Her life story is an ironical tale of exploitation and great effort for survival. Through the character of Sanichari, Mahashweta Devi depicts the painful subaltern reality of a low-class woman. Sanichari is a self-dependent woman, neither complains nor cries. When her mother-in-law dies, she doesn't have even a cup full of rice to do the death rites. She rushes from door to door for begging and hurry to finish their death
Okay,
rites.
Manju,
Yes.
sorry for the interruption.
Yes,
Please,
sir.
you just tell me through this paper, what do you want to say?
I would like to say that Mahashweta Devi's focus on tribal poor of India, whose freedom and identity is still a question mark, even many years after India attained political independence.
Okay, are you sure that there are the marginalized people in India?
Yes, sir, of course.
Are you sure? So,
It is not obviously.
No. Yes, exactly. Marginalized people are there in India. Okay, exactly. Manju?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
the, many a number, maximum people in India are the marginalized. Okay.
Okay.
Through Rudali, Maheshwata Devi tries to expose the people, the marginalized people, not only Rajasthan, in everywhere in India, everywhere, how they are suffering. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Manju, for your nice
Thank you,
presentation.
sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Manju. So,
Yes.
is there anyone who is yet to present? Is there anyone waiting to present? So, if not, I think we could wind up. So, thank you, Professor Govindarajan, for chairing the session. Thank you, sir. I request everyone to rejoin for the valedictory function at 2:30 p.m. through the same link. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Those who have given me the opportunity to be a chairperson here. I'm very grateful to you all, to the management and to the head of the Department of English unaided program and all the participants who have been waiting here patiently and the presenters who presented very nicely and the people, those who are working for this project, getting successful on the screen and off the screen. I thank them all. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Answer.
Good afternoon. We shall start the valedictory function sharp at 2:30. Dr. Sushant sir, are you in? Sir, can we begin? Shanta, shall we begin?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, we can start. Sir,
Okay.
please check your audio. Hello, sir. Hello.
Balakrishnan sir, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Sir, your voice is not audible, sir. Sir, your voice is not audible. Hello, sir. Sir, your voice is not audible, sir. Your voice is not audible, sir. Actually, you are working with a laptop, sir. What is the problem, sir? Sir, actually, I'm the co-host. What I seen, your laptop is not audio mic, sir. That is a problem. If possible, you can come with a mobile, sir. Your laptop is not available. Mic is available. You come with a mobile.
Hello.
Yes. Now you are audible, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Yes. Most welcome, Professor. So I want to introduce Dr. Maithili.
Okay, sir.
He is from VASAVI College.
Okay, sir.
And we have Vasantan from National College.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon to everyone. Yes, sir.
Maithili ma'am. Vasandan sir. Maithili ma'am.
Sir, can you hear me?
Maithili ma'am.
I'm there, sir.
Yes, yes. Vasandan sir.
Yes, sir, I'm here. I'm here. Sir, can you hear me?
Vasandan sir.
Yes, sir, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes. Ma'am, we can start.
Yes,
Yes, sir, I'm ready.
Yes.
Yes, sir. So good afternoon to the esteemed guests who have joined us today. A hearty welcome to the valedictory function of the two-day International Online Conference. Firstly, let me invite Dr. N. Maithili from Sri VASAVI College to deliver the welcome address and overview. Ma'am, please.
A warm good afternoon to everyone present here. We have come to the valedictory function of the two-day International Conference online titled Social Perspectives in Contemporary Literature. It's my privilege to welcome you all for this valedictory function. I would like to place my welcome to Dr. Sushant sir, Faculty in English Studies from Central University of Tamil Nadu, Tiruvarur. We are much privileged to have you here amidst us. And we thank you for your valuable presence, sir. Welcome you, sir.
It's my pleasure, ma'am. It's my pleasure.
Yes, sir. And also I welcome all the dignitaries, academicians from both the colleges, National College Trichy and Sri VASAVI College Erode, the research scholars, students from both the institutions, and also the paper presenters who presented their research articles, which will pave way for the new emergence in societal level. And I just move on to give a report on the two-day conference. The conference started with the inaugural function where we had the welcome address rendered by Dr.KK Shardambal, head of Sri VASAVI College, and the presidential address rendered by Professor Sundar Raman sir, Principal of National College Trichy, and also Dr. N. Sudhakar sir from Sri VASAVI College rendered the inaugural address. Principal of Sri VASAVI College, Dr. N. Jayakumar, felicitated the session. And we had our Dr. R. Ilavarisa sir, Associate Professor and Head of English Department from National College Trichy, who rendered the vote of thanks. And we moved on to the plenary session, where the first plenary session was headed by Dr. K. Kantimadi from SNDB Vaishnav College, and Dr. Esaya sir, Assistant Professor of English Language from Saudi Arabia, enlightened the participants with his knowledge on theories on social perspectives of literature. And we moved on to the second plenary session headed by Dr. R. Vasantan, Associate Professor and Head from National College Trichy. The resource person, Prasanjit Panda sir from Chhattisgarh, enriched the knowledge on social perspectives to the participants. And we moved on to the technical session of the first day, where the paper presentation by the research writers were carried on. And we nearly had 42 papers presented in the first day of the technical session, which was chaired by Ms. F.K. Sivashakti, Dr. K. Akalya, and Ms. S. Pungadi from Sri VASAVI College, Erode, and Dr. Srividya from St. John's College, Palayamkottai. And the first day of the program came to an end with this. And the second day of the conference started with the chairperson, Dr. B. Jayanti from Anna University Regional Campus, Tirunelveli, and Dr. B. Tenmalar from RMD Engineering College, Chennai, and the assistant professors Dr. K. Mohanapriya, Dr. D. Sudha, and Dr. M. Govindrajan from National College Trichy headed the paper presentation sessions. And here nearly 40 papers were presented during the second day of the technical session. And altogether, we had nearly 85 registrations for this conference, where 84 papers were presented and articles nearly 35, which were undergone a peer review and a panel review, is to be published as books with chapters. And the credit goes to the Bodhi International Journal of Research in Humanities and Arts and Science. And at this junction, I would like to make a mention with the quote, "A leader is best when people know he exists. When his work is done, his aim is fulfilled. They will say, we did it ourselves." Such is the leader of this conference, Dr. S. Balakrishnan, who bridged the academicians of National College of Trichy and VASAVI College, Erode, and also the conference would pave way to many number of researchers who wanted their articles to be published in a very valuable journal. And I would like to make a note on the technical support rendered by Dr. Kaviyarasu Kannappan sir and the team from Bodhi International Journal of Research, Humanities and Arts and Science. And also my note to the organizing secretary from the Department of English of National College Trichy, Dr. R. Vasantan. And I hope this conference, being a joint venture by Sri VASAVI College and National College Trichy, in collaboration with both the International Journal of Research in Humanities, Arts and Science, will pave way to more such collaborations, which will make the society look back and feel that we have just made a platform for the learners and researchers to enrich themselves at variety of subjects. And this conference justified its title with the paper presenters from all over the world, not only from Tamil Nadu, and the research key areas, thrust areas like the marginality in literature, feminism in literary review, applied linguistics, and even subaltern studies, eco-literature, everything, the key areas were touched by each and every participants, and the learners will have further research on the topics on which the papers were presented. And really, it is a literary fest, I would say. And as one of the organizing secretary, I feel the pride of being a part of this conference. With this, I would like to end the report of the conference, and I welcome you one and all to this virtual platform for the valedictory function of the two-day international online conference on social perspectives in contemporary literature. Thank you for the opportunity given.
Thank you for that splendid report, ma'am. May I now invite Dr. Sushant Kumar Dubey from Central University of Tamil Nadu for the valedictory address. So please.
Good afternoon to everyone. Ma'am has already introduced me. Ma'am has already given a brief description about me. My name is Sushant Kumar Dubey, and I teach French and Francophone literatures at Central University of Tamil Nadu. And I'm interested in philosophy, especially Greek philosophy. So first of all, I'm very thankful to National College, VASAVI College, for providing me the opportunity to talk about the correlation of society and literature. That is the theme reflects of the concept, social perspective in contemporary literature. I will start my talk with lines said by Salman Rushdie in The Midnight Children. I quote, "Literature is where I go to explore the highest and lowest places in human society and in the human spirit, where I hope to find not absolute truth, but the truth of the tale, of the imagination, and of the heart," unquote. So we can see in the observation of Salman Rushdie, literature encompasses both reality as well as imagination. And these two elements are very important to have a meaningful, critical, healthy society, which can mold itself by the plethoras of ideas which the literary texts present in the form of fiction and non-fiction. It's literature which gives the possibility to think, to reflect, and to act. When we talk about literature, we say literature exhibits, or in other words, is the mirror of society. It plays an exceptionally pertinent role right from the history. It exposes societal realities. History also gives us information about past events, but it presents only data, facts, statistics. But literature presents the facts through different perspectives, through different angles, which help readers in comprehending the events in a concrete manner. Most of the works in literature, as we know, most of the works in literature deal with the social issues in depth, which help people, which help readers, which help our scholars, students to realize the truth and think about it in a different way than the people who do not have exposure to literature. In other words, we can say literature provides us different perspectives and gives readers the possibility to think about it, any event, in a broader sense. Here, I'm referring to noumena and phenomena. These two concepts are very important when we talk about literature and society. So noumena concerns what? Phenomena concerns what? Noumena, when we talk about noumena, we talk about things in itself as they are, which is not possible to know. And when we talk about phenomena, things as they appear to us and our senses make it possible. So we human beings concerned only with phenomena. We don't have the possibility to know thing in itself. Only we come to know through our senses. We come to know about something through senses. We cannot know tree in itself, but our perceptions about trees through our senses, we come to know. So that is phenomena. And literature also does the same thing. It gives us perspectives. It gives us possibilities to know something about something. And it is possible only through literature. Not only, but it gives us different perspectives. That is not the case when we talk about history. History is based on facts. We will not get their description. We will not have imaginative world, but only datas. So that is the advantage of literature. Then we can think of literature in different ways. For example, for instance, different literary works talking about one event, but in different ways. And even there is a possibility to create an imaginative world to make readers understand about the concerned events. In this way, we can say literature carries out a unique function in shaping and teaching society at large. It carries the real events in this society and presents it as a mirror of the society so the people can view it and atone wherever it is necessary. That is why understanding how literature persuades the person and how it is reflective of individual society is something that should be given more consideration and thought. Here, I would like to mention Eduardo Galeano, Uruguayan writer. I want to quote here Eduardo Galeano's lines in his essay In Defense of the World. He says, I quote, "Everything we hear is an opinion. Everything we hear is an opinion, not a fact. Everything we see is a perspective, not the truth." Unquote. That is what literature also teaches us. It is only through literature that makes readers live those events even after 1,000 years. Events which took place before 100 years, 1,000 years. It's only through literature we come to know, we come to live those moments, to have a better understanding of it. It makes readers rich to talk about the events through different angles. That is what even Socrates says. Socrates means when he talks about dialectical method. The dialectic means to discuss. Socrates believed that one can arrive at the truth only by constant questioning. Questioning is very important. Interrogation is very important. Before we arrive at the truth, it was the process of exposing contradictions through the method of discussion. And this is the merit of literature, I can say, because it creates a platform. It forms a platform for students, for readers, for scholars to discuss by giving us different perspectives. Even to narrate one incident, we come across different perspectives through the words of different writers. So that is the advantage of literature. As we don't know the validity of what is there in history books, when we talk about history, the validity is in question, and we don't have different perspectives there when we talk about history. For example, going by the definition of Hegel's world history, the way Hegel defined world history, who clearly negates African history, Asian history. In the definition of Hegel's world history, there is no mention of Asian history, African history. Hegel defined history, world history, through the eyes of Europeans. It was Eurocentric definition of history. So validity is in question, and we don't have different perspectives. We have to go through statistics, data, facts. But this is not the case with literature. Literature gives us different perspectives, and it's up to us, it's up to readers. So that is why we say the basic purpose of literature is to revitalize and influence our thought process. Literature helps us to record thoughts and feelings of great minds. It captivates us in two ways, that is, by its content and the way it is presented. The rules and regulations of our society are governed by some mystical forces we are not aware of. Still, our lives go on. We take birth and we eventually die. On pondering, when we think of it, on pondering, we do realize that books published in certain corresponding eras have shaped the society and people's thoughts and actions. They reflect how people felt, their thoughts, and acted as they did. Inconspicuously, books crept into people's lives, and nonetheless, whole to do so, have an impact on the unconscious and thereby body that society. They narrate the story of our lives. For example, for instance, we can think of world wars. We can think of other destructions that the 20th century witnessed. And literature, with the help of literature, how literature is shaping our minds today, even today, towards such incidents. We had not witnessed it, but through literature, we are living those moments. When Aristotle says, I quote, "Man is an animal who desires knowledge," unquote, in his book, History of Animals, which reflect people's curiosity to learn, to acquire knowledge of that period. And the same quote we observe, same quote, same Aristotle's quote, modified by Cornelius Castoriadis, so Greek philosopher in 20th century. He says that, I quote, Man is an animal who desires belief, who desires the certainty of a belief, hence the grip of religions, the grip of political ideologies, unquote. So we can observe here in these two instances that literature makes us to deeply analyze societal issues in a critical way, and sometimes it provides us a solution to solve the problem. Each and every word reflects deeds of the society. Literary works like Waiting for Godot of Samuel Beckett, Rhinoceros, a play by UNESCO, which presented in a very critical way absurdity in a very descriptive way. They made us understand. Through these works we came to understand that life is absurd. Even though life is absurd, but we need to create opportunities, circumstances to make our life meaningful. Literature brought life to people after facing so many destructions. There was no meaning of life, but it is literature, it is through literature who created even imaginative world, utopian world. We can talk about Thomas More, Utopia. So literature has the capacity to create fiction as well as non-fiction. And these two elements are very important when we talk about society. We have to imagine, we have to think about future also. At the same time, we have to think about past. We have to think of present. And all these three elements are there in literature. So it is only through literature, who made us realize the importance of life, the meaning of life. Literature gave us different opportunities to think, to reflect, to act, to overcome absurdity. When we talk about absurdity, like there is no meaning in life. Camus, French philosopher, his all works talk about absurdity, and he has given so many descriptions, he has given so many instances, he has mentioned in his works how to overcome life, how to overcome this absurdity, how to overcome boredom. So literature plays a vital role in forming a healthy society. Literature reflects both good and bad values of the society, good as well as bad. In reflecting the bad values, it makes us to rectify and solve the issues. In reflection of good values in the society, it makes us to emulate. Often, as reflection, literature presents a picture of what people think, say, and do in the society. As Galliano says in his essay, In Defense of the Word, I will quote here, it's very important, because he talks about the function of contemporary literature. He says, I quote, I believe that the primordial function of contemporary literature is to rescue words from that frequent and impure degradation which has served to prevent or betray communication. Love in my country defines the relation of a man with his car, and revolution is understood as what a new detergent can do in your kitchen. Glory is what a particular toilet soap achieves, and happiness, the sensation you get from eating sausages. And where it says sane man, one may have to read important man, unquote. So literature is a weapon which needs to be handled in a very reasonable way to form a beautiful, critical, reasonable society. Because it is only literature who talks about morality, who says that humankind, human beings are not only defined by intelligence, but also by conscience. And without consciousness, without morality, it is not possible to live in a society. Science never talks about life and death. Science never talks about morality. It is only through literature that we come to know about such things which are very important to live in a society, in a healthy society. Epicurus, wonderful text he has written. So the text of Epicurus, Greek philosopher, his texts are available. We have in our syllabus, which are very important to read. He talks about desires. He talks about natural desires. He talks about non-natural desires. There are desires which are natural and important. There are desires which are non-natural but important. For example, he has mentioned that if I feel, for example, if I feel hungry and if I look for biryani, then that is completely nonsense. So it happens in today's society. So we have to act. Before we act, we need to think. That is very important, and that is possible through literature, because literature gives us different perspectives. He talks about in his letters that in today's society, not in today's, throughout ages, we have fear. We want to away from death. That fear of death, we will die one day. He says, what is the need to fear about death? When death comes, we will not be there. So there is no need, there is no question to worry about death. When death arrives, you will not be there. So what is the need to waste each second of your life in thinking, in worrying about death? So all these elements are available in literature. So that is very important. If you want to have a beautiful society, a healthy society, a happy society, literature plays a major role in that, because literature can talk about past, literature can talk about present, as well as literature can talk about future. That if we do this, like Utopia in Thomas More's novel, everything, whatever he has talked about, it is relevant in today's time also. So literature plays a major role in forming a better society. I want to mention here a few names which are very important to read when one needs to know about society and how literature plays a major role in forming a better society. For example, a book written by Rousseau, French philosopher, French author, Social Contract. He talks about social contract, how we should form the society. So Social Contract is a very wonderful book. One must read in order to understand how to form, how to live in a better society, how to form a better society. He has given importance to individuality as well as society. So all these things are there. It's up to us to read and understand how these two elements can work together and how literature plays a major role in that. Then I want to mention here the ethics, because ethics also play a major role, a vital role, because behavior, attitude is very important when we are in a society, when we are in a group. So the ethics written by Spinoza, Dutch philosopher. So wonderful book, one must read. It's a must read book, the ethics. He says, I will quote, it says, I'll quote here. It's very, very wonderful. He says that believe in God. These things we are coming only through literature. We are not coming about these things through science or other things. We are coming about these things through literature, which play a major role in our day-to-day life. So he says, I quote, believe in God is the happiest good under the guidance of reason. It should not be stained by emotions, jealousy, comparisons, unquote. So if we read, so many problems are happening around the world because of religions, because of so many problems we have created out of this word religion. So if we read, we can understand, we can reflect that why he has said these 3 lines, but these 3 lines matter a lot to change the whole society. We need to be reasonable. We have to think that reason, we can go by emotions, and there is no need to make a comparison that your religion is superior, your religion is inferior to my religion. So all these things are happening because of lack of reading. Students are not having exposure to literature, philosophy. So what we teach, before we teach, we need to reflect. That is very important. So balance is very important. Without balance, it is not possible. And balance we can form only through literature, because we are a part of the society. And if you're a part of the society, we have to spend 24 hours. It's not that we can live individually alone and we can spend 24 hours. Then there is no meaning of life. We have to come in a group, in a society, to make our life meaningful. Like Voltaire, he has said in his novel, Voltaire, French philosopher, same. He says that God has abandoned us with a beautiful garden. There's a quote, cultivez votre jardin, cultivate your garden. So what is the meaning of this sentence? Cultivate your garden. Garden is with us, in front of us. We are living in a garden. But God will not come to cultivate. It's our duty. It's people's duty to cultivate it. And how we are going to cultivate it? Our duty. We need to reflect. We need to think. So all these elements will come to know through literature. So these things are very, very important, and literature plays a major role in that. Because whenever we make comparison between science and humanities, you might have heard that what you are doing in humanities, you don't need help of professors. You don't need any guidance. You yourself, you can understand by reading. But this is not the case. We come to know about so many things through literature. We say that obedience is a virtue. Disobedience is an evil. This is not the case. Why I'm saying that obedience is not a virtue? Disobedience is a virtue. We got life on this earth because of disobedience. We can think of Adam and Eve. And at present time also it is valid. Obedience doesn't mean to be a slave. That reflection must be there. Consciousness must be there. Because one day will come, that moment will come when somebody will give an instruction to press nuclear button. And what will be the consequence? Destruction, destruction, destruction. So in order to avoid that, we need to think. And who will make us to think? That literature will do that. So literature plays a vital role in forming a better society. In the excitement of discovery, we should not forget our consciousness. Consequence is very important. We have to think of consequence. Everywhere, see, when we talk about humanities, we talk about both fiction and non-fiction. And other disciplines are also at the same level. It's not that science is only based on facts. Thomas Kuhn is a very great philosopher, very great scientist. He says that when we talk about science, we talk about paradigm shift. So paradigm shift means what? Science is also based on myth. 50 years ago, scientists used to say that light is made of particles. But after 100 years, after 50 years, the same scientists are saying that light is made of electromagnetic waves. So everywhere myth is there. So maintaining balance is very important. And that is possible through literature. Because literature gives us freedom to have discussion. Without discussion, it is not possible to arrive at a concrete step, concrete decision. So that is possible only through literature. So if we want to form a better society, we each and every student needs to have exposure to literature. We should not limit ourselves only to certain writers. We should try to expand our horizon. It's a time of world literature. What Tagore has said in the perspective in Indian context, what Milan Kundera has said in European context, all these things should come together to have a better understanding. So we have to expand our horizon. That is very, very important. Because we talk about globalization. Globalization means what? We can't just be conservatist. We can't just limit ourselves to Indian context. We have to think outside the boundaries. That is very important. And that is possible through literature. Literature gives us different perspectives. The same Indian writer is talking about independence. The same Indian writer is talking about democracy. And European countries also, like Tocqueville is there. He has written a wonderful book, Democracy in America. So it's not that democracy is only valid in American context. The same democracy, the same elements which he has mentioned in his book is valid in Indian context also. If we want a democratic society, we talk about freedom, liberty, equality. So all these things are there in America also, in American context also. So all these literary elements are very important. It will force you to think. So literature is very vast, and it's vast in the sense that it gives us so many perspectives, so many ways to handle your life in a perfect way. How we come to know that I'm feeling loneliness. Solitude and loneliness, these are two different elements. Solitude and loneliness, we never think of that. But solitude and loneliness, these two things are very different. So how we will come to know? Through literature you will come to know. So in order to have a better society, we need to think of literature. We need to work on literature. That is very important. So these are the things I want to take. There are the things also which I want to express here. But only one thing I want to tell is that whenever we want to have a better society, that criticism is very important. Without criticism, without critical way, it is not possible to have a better society. That is why Socrates used to have only discussion. He has not written a single word. He has only done discussion on several topics which are relevant to our day-to-day life. And those discussions are very important whenever we want to arrive at a reasonable point. So we need to learn from them. That is very important. And here and there, we need to implement those things. Because we read, at least we will be in a position to think. And today or tomorrow, we will implement because it's there in your mind. And if it's there in your mind, there is a possibility to implement. If it's not there, if you are not aware of those things, if you have not got exposure to such elements like philosophy, literature, then it is not possible. So we need to be very critical in that. It's not that I feel loneliness only when I'm alone. It's not like that. Even in a group also, I feel loneliness. Because your way of thinking, your way of critical thinking is not the way others are thinking. So these things are very simple things, but it needs effort. You need to make effort to realize that these elements play a major role in forming a better society. Like we say, I got enlightenment, you got enlightenment, but that is not the case. For that, to understand what is enlightenment, again, we have to see literature. We have to turn pages of literature. What is enlightenment? Kant has written a beautiful text. What is enlightenment? He has defined text. He has defined in that text what is enlightenment. He says that nobody has got enlightenment. We are not living in an enlightened age. We are living in the age of enlightenment. And it is never ending process. Until your death, it goes on. So when we say that I got enlightenment, it's not possible. Because still something is there to learn. It's a never ending process. So literature plays a major role. Like Cornelius, I mentioned Cornelius Castoriadis. He's a Greek philosopher. Recently, I was reading one novel written by Albert Camus. Like you might have heard, The Plague. He says that we are not, like we talk about democracy, but he says this is not direct democracy, this is indirect democracy. But we don't think, because we think that we have the right to vote, we have the right to elect our representatives. So we are living in a democratic country. But that is indirect democracy. You have only freedom. You have only that democracy only for 2 minutes, 3 minutes when you go to vote. After that, there is no communication, there is no connection between representative and common people. Where we are participating, we are not participating in any law formation, anything I'm saying. That is what always we think, that we voted him or her because he or she promised us. But for 5 years, there is no connection. So this is not direct democracy. This is not democracy. This is indirect democracy. So in order to think in that way, we need to read. That is very, very important. There is no participation of common people. Common people don't know anything. And only we have literature to know. We have only books written by authors. If we read, we will know, we will feel, we'll think in a critical way. Otherwise, we will go by emotions. And that is what happening in many states during elections. We go by emotions. So all these things we can overcome only through literature. That is very, very important. Greek philosophy is one must read. We have to apply philosophy and literature together to have a balanced life. We have to be very critical, very, very critical. So these things are very, very, very important. Like, see, another example I will talk about, like when I was reading The Plague, Anna Arendt, you might have heard about Anna Arendt, German author. She talks about banality of evil. What is banality of evil? Evil deeds have become banal, common. Everywhere crimes are happening, everywhere illegal things are happening. But all these illegal things, crimes have become banal. Because these things are happening every second. So it is not something strange for us. So evility, this evil have become banal, common in today's time. So she has talked about banality of evil. So it is not only that during Holocaust, we talk about banality of evil. In present time also, it is same thing. Common people are only suffering and they can't express themselves because nobody there to listen also. If we don't get proper education, it is very difficult to raise voice. Raise voice doesn't mean that we have to take weapons and we have to fight. Through discussion, we can raise voice. We can overcome our inequality. We can overcome our fear. we can question, we can interrogate. So these things are very important. That is possible only through literature. All Frankfurt School philosophers you can come across. Erich Fromm is there. He talks about the sane society. He's written wonderful books. So literature and society, whenever these two elements are together, we can have a better society. We can have the best society. So I read a lot. I didn't get enough time to prepare. So many things are not coming in my mind. So always try to read, okay, as much as possible. Because basically I teach French and Francophone literatures at CUTN. So whenever you need any guidance related to French and Francophone literatures, you are always welcome. Because without French and Francophone literatures, without French philosophy, it is not possible to complete your syllabus of your MA program or PhD doctorate. Foucault, all these big names, you can see all these big names are very important in our life. Foucault talks about subject. There's a beautiful essay written by Foucault, Subject and Power. You must go through that essay. Only 6 pages are there. How we are becoming subject. Like, because we have given authority to someone else to decide what we have to do. Like just when you go for a morning walk, so many you will find doctors sitting on the streets. And you get that feeling that I will also go for BP checkup or sugar checkup. And once they say that your BP level is 1% more than the average level, then you will start worrying. So why it happens? Because we have given authority to someone else. We are becoming subject. So that should not be the case. You should never give authority to someone else to decide your future. And never run after immediate solution. Try to find final solution. That is very important. Never run after immediate solution. Always try to find final solution. Why I'm saying this? I will give you a very simple example. Like, see, we are buying mosquito repellents, coils, so that we will get rid of mosquitoes. But when you are using mosquito repellent in your room, and when you switch off, where those mosquitoes will go? They will not die. They will go to next room, the person who is not using mosquito repellents. So why you need immediate solution? If we want to get rid of mosquitoes, we have to come on the street and we have to remove those garbage which are lying 24 hours on the streets. But nobody is thinking in that way. Everybody is ready to buy mosquito repellents. And who are getting benefit out of that? Businessmen. They are making money and we are becoming fools. So how we will come to know about things? How we will think in that way when we read? Otherwise, I also used to run for immediate solution because I am happy means everybody is happy. So we should not think in that way. Always try to find final solution, not immediate solution. We say that power corrupts man. Power never corrupts man. How you will come to know? Through literature, because literature will make you feel, make you think. It's not that hydrogen plus oxygen will be always water. Here you need to reflect, and that is very important. Without reflection, how can we live a happy life? Then there will be no difference between human beings and animals. When you hit a dog, when you kick one dog, again after 5 minutes, if you give chapati, that dog will come and eat. But that is not the case with human beings. So power never corrupts man. If you want to do something good, you need power. So we have to think in a critical way. People can say whatever they want. Only they will give their own opinions. So reading is very important. You can quote. So always think in a very critical way. That is very, very important, very, very important. And literature helps a lot in that. So many things are there to tell, but it will take time. It's not coming spontaneously, but it will take time. But whenever you want, I'm ready to help. Okay, I'm ready to guide in any way. So these things will come. Okay, I need time to think, to reflect, because Saturday also it's working day for us. So every time class. So think, okay, try to read as much as possible, so that you will get different perspectives and you can choose the best out of that. Always be open to reading. Don't limit yourself only to books which are prescribed in your syllabus. Read apart from that. That is very important. I can suggest you many books, like you must have heard of Montaigne, Michel de Montaigne. He has written wonderful books, Michel de Montaigne. But many of us, we have not heard also. So all these things are very important, very, very important. Because we don't have to be always mathematical minded, always logical. I know, because when we talk about knowledge, how we acquire knowledge, all these things are there. These elements are there in literature. I know that when you say 2 plus 2, it will be 4. That is a priori. We don't need to have experience to know that. But when you talk about a posteriori, in that case, you need to have experience to acquire that knowledge. How can you know that I'm a cunning person? For that, you need to have experience. You need to interact with me. You need to spend time with me. So this platform you will get through literature to know, because everywhere so many books are coming into the market. It's not that you should read each and every book. Do some research. Do research before you go for any book. But reading is very important, very, very important. And literature helps a lot in that. So think, okay, think and then reflect, do brainstorming before you come to any conclusion. We don't have enough reading. We don't have enough reading. That is why so many problems are happening in India. We talk about love for nation. Ale Badiou is there. I will talk about, see, slowly it will come. It takes time. Ale Badiou is there. It's a French philosopher. He talks about, he has written a wonderful book on love. Only 95 pages are there. Only 95 pages. But hardly you will find theory. Very few writers theorists have theorized love. Ale Badi is one of them. He has theorized love. If you want to work on love, you can go through this text he has written. Only 90 pages are there. We talk about love for nation. We talk about love for nation. What is there in love for nation? People are dying of hunger, no food to eat, but nation comes first. I am not criticizing, but we have to think in a reasonable manner. Automatically, nation will become stronger than others. When people are satisfied, people are strong, but that is not the case. So all these things are okay. We don't need to criticize, but we need to think. When we talk about nation, only boundaries comes. Only boundaries are there. Nation means boundaries. So all this love for nation is creating only boundaries. So we have to overcome that. That is very important. We have to think of common people. First people and then nation. You make people strong, automatically nation will look stronger than before. So we don't have that many people who read, who has got good exposure towards literature and philosophy. So that is very, very important. So many things are there. For like you people are scholars, you are going to do, or you are doing research. You might have heard about Milan Kundera, Paul Virilio. Like these days we talk about slow food, slow life. Why? Because we start thinking after reading these texts, literary texts, that we should not believe in quantity, we should believe in quality. That matters. That is why when you walk on the street, on the road, you feel that you have controlled your body, you have control on your body. But that is not the case when you are moving at a speed of 450 kilometers on a bike. In that case, what happens? You give your control to speed. Speed is controlling you. You are not controlling your body. So that is what literary texts teach us. It will keep you conscious. It will make you think, to reflect. You will laugh. You will cry when you read Dostoevsky's works. You read. So all these elements are there in literature. It's very, very important. It's very, very important to read literature. I am mixing here literature and philosophy, but it's more or less same. Literature and philosophy always come together. Now even science background people are becoming authors. They are writing books related to philosophy. Bertrand Russell is basically a mathematician, but he has written so many books on literature, philosophy. He is the one who says that we say that one should judge someone by appearance, but he says that it is only shallow people. We say it's a common phenomenon. Okay, we should not judge someone by just appearance, first appearance. He says that it is only shallow people who do not judge. By first appearance, everything is visible, he said. There is no mystery. Mystery is visible. Nothing is hidden. But how it will come in your mind when you read? So all these elements are there. Okay, it's very important to form a beautiful society, because literature means what? Discussion. That is why we say there is no fact. Why Nietzsche said this statement, that there is no fact, only interpretation. It is valid point. Because everything, why I'm saying that everything is acceptable in the sense when you say, because it is just a perspective, the way you are observing this incident, the way I am observing this incident. Somebody has compared what happened in 20th century. Rhinoceros, human beings have become rhinoceros. There is no impact. They have become completely senseless. So UNESCO wrote one novel, Rhinoceros. Our skin has become that much thick that there is no impact of what is happening. So many problems are happening, but we have become totally senseless. There is no impact. So all these elements will come together when you read. When you read and when you discuss. Discussion is very, very important. So all these things now you will come through literature. Like see, Pierre Bourdieu is there. You might have heard of Pierre Bourdieu, because I read, okay, it's coming slowly in my mind. Okay, Pierre Bourdieu is there. He has written a wonderful text on television. Once you read this text on television of Pierre Bourdieu, you will become critical whether we should watch television or not. If we watch, what we should watch, when we should watch. All these elements are there on television in this text, because we know how television is corrupting people's mind. Because we know that visuals have more impact than audio. What we see, we believe. So when he has written this text on television, it's very beautiful, very critically, in a very critical manner he has written. He talks about fast thinkers. Whenever you see anyone on television, they are ready to talk about anything at any time on any topic. How is it possible? Because they know, he says that because they know if they are on television, they are not going to talk about anything in a concrete manner. Television has become just narcissistic image. Okay, just narcissist image is there, that's all. So that's why they are called fast thinkers. Just narcissistic image, that's all. Nothing concrete will be there. But we don't think. Every house you see, prime time, 9 to 12, it's going on, one serial after another, one serial after another. Why? Because no reading is there, no critical reading is there, nothing is there. So people are doing like that. I'm also from Bihar, but I know the situation there. I don't want to go even. Why? Same condition. We have so many, so all these things will change only through literature. Why I'm saying only? Because it will make you think what is happening in Bihar, what is happening in society in Bihar. It is reflecting in literature. It's there in literature. But if we read, we can act according to that. Otherwise, it's not possible. And what is happening in schools, we are not prescribing such books, such texts. We are only manufacturing products so that these students will get job in companies. So what they will do, they will work as a daily wage laborers. There will be no critical thinking, no growth, nothing. So same thing is happening, only we talk about in Bihar caste. Whenever election will come, caste, casteism, religion, all these elements will come. So we need to think in a very critical way. That is why when you read, you will have perspectives. When you talk about Tagore, when you talk about Gandhi, too many differences are there between Tagore and Gandhi. How we will come to know? We have to think, we have to read. Amartya Sen has written a very beautiful book, The Argumentative Indian. There is one chapter between conversation is going on between Tagore and Gandhi. Gandhi has a very traditional approach, okay, very conservative type of thought he used to have. But Tagore was very critical minded and very open to everyone. Means he used to welcome all discussions, means all opinions, all comments about anything. Because discussion means what? You will have negative points also. Somebody will encounter your arguments. Somebody will support your arguments. So all these things are there because once flood came in 1930s in Bihar. So Gandhi told that it came because of untouchability. People do so much discrimination on the basis of caste. So flood came, but that is not case. But people believed him. Why? Because there is nothing is there, no critical thinking is there. Whatever you say, okay, that is clear. Because he's a very great person. So that should not be the case. Every time, each and every person should be ready for criticism if there is demerit. So all these things are there. If somebody has written, why it has written, somebody has written in 200 pages, 300 pages, each and every word is important. It's not that we should accept that. No. After reading, we should have discussion. And then we can decide that whether it is valid or not. So how we will come to know? Only will come through literature. Because it's directly connected with the society. It gives us even future perspective also. How to find a solution. So all these things are there in literature. And so many books are available. So many books are available. So whatever happens, okay, it's there in literature. The only thing is that we have not read. We are not aware of those things. So it comes, okay, it comes, only it will come when you read. Reading is very important, very, very important. So without this, it's very difficult, okay, to read literature as much as possible. Whenever you get time, try to read at least one novel every month, one novel. So you will get so many perspectives, and it will help you a lot when you go for research programs. And keep these things together. Philosophy and literature always keep together. Science also has to come on the same level in order to have a better progress. So all science, humanities should come together if we want to have a better society. Because we are becoming totally immoral in the excitement of discovery. Every day, thousands of things we are manufacturing without thinking of the consequence, how it is going to pollute our mind. Because we are only thinking in a very commercial manner. So that should not be the case. We used to think that nature is very strong. Whatever we do, whatever human beings do will not have negative impact on nature. But see, in today's time, greenhouse effect, greenhouse warming, global warming, all these elements are coming. So nature is not that much strong that human beings can keep on doing all nonsense things and will not have a negative impact on nature. So we have to think before we act. We are cutting thousands of trees. In order to build metro and all those without reflecting how it is going to serve the society. So always try to think of final solution, not immediate. Think of future, because it's not that only we are going to live in this society. There are others also. So by this, I'm going to end. By this, I'm going to wind up my presentation. I just wanted to give you an overall idea that literature plays a very major role when it comes to form a better society. So we can, each and every one can form a better society through literature, because literature will give you different perspectives which are very important to form a better society. So why can't we read literature? So many events are happening which are there in these books. So you read. If somebody has done mistakes, that is also there in literature. If somebody has done good things, that is also there in literature. You discuss, you bring those two elements, good and bad, together, and then go for the conclusion. Then we will not commit the same mistake in future. So by this, I want to wind up. Sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for such a wonderful address wherein you discussed about the various facets of literature and the importance of reading. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
So coming to the concluding part, may I now welcome Dr. R. Vasantan from National College Trichy to propose the vote of thanks.
Hello. A very good afternoon to everybody. 2 days, we have witnessed what we have had for 2 days is a new acquaintance and an introduction to new concepts and an introduction to a new world, a conceptual world from the perspective of literature. I'm more than delighted to present the vote of thanks for the conference. As an organizer, I feel elated to do this. My first and sincere thanks to Bodhi International Journal of Research in Humanities and Arts and Science. Dr. Balakrishnan, publisher and managing director, we are indebted to you for giving us an opportunity of this kind to come together and collaborate together for a great contribution. I thank Dr. Kavir sir, Professor of Vivekananda College, for rendering his constant support and guidance to all of us, and especially to the International Journal. My sincere thanks to the management of VASAVI College, Erode. I thank Professor, I thank the President, Thiru N. Sudhakar, and I thank Principal of VASAVI College, Dr. N. Jayakumar, for his support, for their support, as well as constant guidance, and especially this would have not been possible without their approval. I thank Dr. K. Sharadambal, the convener, and Dr. N. Maithili, or one of the organizing secretaries, for coming together and accepting to be a part of this one, to be a part of this joint venture. My sincere thanks to our college, National College, Trichy, the management, principal, especially Dr. Ilavarsa, head of the department, who is a senior faculty here as a well-wisher and a guide towards perfection all the time. I thank my faculty members for their support behind and motivating students to actively participate and get the benefit out of it. My sincere thanks to the chairpersons of Day 1, Dr. K. Kantimati, SDNB Vaishnav College for mentioning, Dr. Sri Vidya, St. John's College, Palamkote, Professor Shivashakti, Dr. K. Akalya, Professor S. Pungadi, Assistant Professors of Sri VASAVI College, for taking effort to be with the presenters and guide them. On day 2, we had Dr. B. Jayanti, Assistant Professor at Anna University, Tirunelveli, for her service as a chairperson. I thank Dr. Sushant Kumar Dubey, Professor at Central University, Tiruvarur, Tamil Nadu, for giving us a wonderful finish. He took us over the finishing line with grace and elegance, and making us aware of what we did for 2 days and opening up our minds towards social responsibilities and social awareness. And my sincere thanks to 3 MOCs, Masters of Ceremony, Ms. Yogeshwari, Ms. Akshara, and Ms. Akhilandeshwari, for their constant follow-up and support right from the beginning. I thank all the participants for taking this opportunity and coming forward and presenting their valuable ideas in the form of papers. I believe your association and your participation and your sharing of ideas has really motivated all of us to look forward to great accomplishments in the future. I thank everyone who in one way or the other contributed for the successful conduct of this event. In case if I have forgotten to mention any, my special thanks to that particular person as well. Thank you so much. And I look forward to your cooperation in many more events in the future. Thank you for the opportunity. Forward to MOC.
The feedback form has been shared in the chat box, so participants are requested to fill the form and submit.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. We must thank you.
Yes.
Job well done by team.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Congratulations to everyone behind you, sir.
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Vasan.
Vasan.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been a tiresome day for.
Kabir sir is there with us. Thank you, Kabir sir.
Thank you, sir.
So, இவங்க ரெண்டு பேர் தான் நமக்கு ஃபுல்லா ஒர்க் பண்ணி கொடுத்தது.
Thank you, the team. So happy to travel with you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, we'll meet again. Thank you.
Sure, sir. Thank you, sir. Yeah, the MC team, I hope
Yes,
kudos to the MC
yes.
team, you done
Yes,
well.
yes, yes. Bye, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Yes. Once again, thank you.